When I do this, we're gonna hear ourselves start talking.
Oh yeah, check it out.
I want to see this. Streamer mode is enabled. What's that mean? Hear ourselves start.
Yep.
Oh god, I want to hear ourselves.
I'm glad my sneezes.
What's that mean?
Yep.
Oh god, I want to hear ourselves.
I'm glad my sneezes.
What's that mean?
Yep.
Oh god, I want to hear ourselves.
I'm glad my sneezes. Yep.
Oh god, I want to hear ourselves.
I'm glad my sneezes.
Mercer starts things with the walk. Now the Pirates yesterday, the chance to get things going early like they did against these Yankees. Here's the defense form today. That's Judge out and right. Brett Gardner and Jacoby Ellsbury join him in the outfield. Headley, Torreyes, Castro, and Bird, same foursome we've seen. And Higashioka, the rookie, catching Montgomery for the second time this season. Josh Harrison at 275. The home run. Looks like Montgomery with a runner on pretty quick to home plate.
Yeah, real quick. Nice slide step there.
Being a lefty, that's already tough. And
yeah, a lot of lefties, they just figure that the deception of whether they're coming to first or they're coming home will do the job. But you mix that in with a good slide step, and you can really shut down the running game.
Mercer not much of a threat to run, but we'll watch that when the Pirates do have their opportunities as the day goes on. Mercer has attempted once. Higashioka, longtime minor league catcher, filling in for Gary Sanchez on the roster, who is due back fairly soon. And a base hit. The Pirates wasting no time. 2 on with nobody out.
Take advantage of that leadoff walk. That's always important.
Allegheny Health Network Supermo.
Elevated a little bit. Ball looked like it was on the outside part of the plate. If you get that pitch down, you might get the ground ball you're looking for. Ground ball is short, but when it's elevated, it's an easier ball to get airborne, even though you're trying to pull a pitch that's away from you. By elevated, I don't mean letters. I mean significantly above the knees.
Andrew McCutchen had the home run yesterday, now with 3. 9 runs batted in. And Bucks on the pond with nobody out. And in another favorable count. Well, how about that? Some of the best. The Hall of Famer, Bill Mazeroski.
Eminem.
And this will drop in for a base hit. Mercer's going to be held with no men out. Judge has a strong arm in right. And it was very shallow out there, so Joey Cora being prudent.
Yeah, exactly. It's shaping together, or shaping up like this could be a big inning to start the game. You know, maybe put up a 2 or a 3 spot perhaps. So you don't want to hurt that by making any early outs on the bases. Early being that there is nobody out in this situation.
Just enough. And the base is full of Buccos with nobody out. Trying to give Nova an early lead. And Gregory Polanco, the cleanup man, has been in there against lefties and righties in that spot. On a bit of a downturn lately, hitless in his last 14. I like to think that he's due. Montgomery last year for the Yankees in the minors in Trenton and Scranton Wilkes-Barre, a .213 ERA, relatively low walk total, gave up only 5 home runs in his 25 starts. The That's the minor leagues. And
that pitch right there gets swung on and missed in the minor leagues. That was pretty good breaking ball in a good spot. Polanco able to say no to it.
Larry Rothschild, Yankees pitching coach, longtime pitching coach in baseball. Ball to strike on Polanco with the bases full. Montgomery gets ahead. Montgomery trying to ward off the Pirates here in the first inning.
He's got to make sure he gets something in play here. Can't go down on strikes. And he swung at that. That's that breaking ball he laid off of, almost in the same spot. And on the ball one, but the reason you don't want to go on strikes, to go down on strikes there. There you see, look where the number 2 is, and the 4 maybe up a little higher than that, but as far as in and out, about the same spot.
Yeah, a lot of late break on that one.
But now you've opened a little window of opportunity here for him. If he can get a ground ball, he gets a double play, and he gets out of a bases loaded, nobody out jam. That first guy needs to get that ball put in play.
David Freese. He's been the most consistent of the Pirates batters here in the early going. 333. Hit his 3rd home run yesterday. Sacks packed with 1 out. And again in a nice count, 2-0. Inning started when Mercer walked. Josh Harrison singled to left, and then Andrew McCutchen flared one out to right center. Jordan Montgomery in his 3rd start. Two balls and a strike.
Trying to shoot that ball the other direction. In this scenario, Freese is a good guy to have up there because he likes to hit the ball toward right center. That's his plan anyway, which means that he's got a better than average chance of elevating something over the infield or getting it in the air.
And Ellsbury shaded a bit over that way.
Not that he won't pull a ball on the ground, but he's less likely than a lot of other guys.
Higashioka will come out. These two teamed up in the minor leagues last year for the Rail Riders. David Freese yesterday leaving the ballpark.
That's what he's looking for right now. Something that's thigh high and out over the plate a little bit, that he can drive out to the outfield. Even if it's an out, he gets a run home.
Now 2-2. Last year, Freese hit 8 of his home runs to the opposite field. Now that's a lot.
Beautiful day, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Great to see you. Playing surface look. Beautiful. It just, there it is.
Certainly deep enough. Ellsbury back with room. That'll score the run, and Harrison can move up to 3rd. And the Pirates start with the lead.
Situational hitting right there. Not getting pull happy, even when he was ahead in the count 2-0. I get sometimes nervous when the hitter gets ahead 2-0, because if you're going to get greedy and try and pull a ball, it's when you get ahead. But he stayed, kept to his guns. Where the 2-0 pitch, he actually fouled off to the right side. He kept thinking, from center field over to right the entire time, and sure enough, he's able to lift one in the air and gave it a pretty good ride.
And 383 out to center for Freese. Jose Osuna getting his 2nd major league start. 1 for 6 so far. That one a triple. And the Pirates like him against lefties. I think we're going to see him a little bit here as the Pirates have some lefties coming up that they're due to face. And the numbers bear that out from the minors last season. 352. And with extra base power too. I mean, it wasn't a soft 352 last year. And he's ahead in the count 2-1. Well, Montgomery has been having a lot of hitters counts here so far. Pirates have gotten one, looking for more here with 2 outs. And that's Castro, the second baseman. He missed one on Friday. He wanted to make sure he had that one there. Pirates start off on top and they lead 1-0.
After winning in a play here on the North Shore, I'm Robbie and Smikowski. Well, Ivan Nova became a Pirate last September, and the only team he ever knew as a big leaguer was the New York Yankees, and he's facing them this afternoon for the first time since leaving. And I asked him the typical question that was going to come his way about facing his former teammates, a team he played for 6+ seasons with. He said, yes, I'm very, very excited. But the only thing that worries him, Joe, about facing his other guys, if they were going to try to make him laugh, part of their strategy, they know his personality. They know how outgoing and gregarious he is. They're going to see if we can make him laugh a little bit to maybe throw him out of his game. So let's maybe keep an eye on those facial expressions from Ivan Nova as he faces Jacoby Ellsbury and the rest of his former Yankee teammates who, by the way, may not be taking this game as seriously, trying to make their teammate laugh a little bit.
Oh, all in good fun, of course. But right now, Nova's got the laugh. He has struck out every man he's faced. The 3 so far in that first inning. Jacoby Ellsbury, a longtime teammate as well. There's Brett Gardner and Chase Headley, guys that he's played with for a long time.
You get up for it, that's for sure.
When you were on the mound, were there guys, you know, ex-teammates and such that would kind of talk to you, batters and things, try to throw you off a little bit?
Well, I don't know if they're really trying to throw you off. It's more like just, you know, how we always kind of joke around, you know, up here. They did do the same thing down there. I can remember Gary Reedus one time, I think it was a spring training game down in Port Charlotte when the Rangers were there.
A little pop out to Polanco. What was he saying to you?
I was having a little tough time with the, you know, the Caseco's and there was a couple other really big hitters they had down in that era of the Rangers, and he sent word over from I think McClendon was playing first base. Gary got on, probably another line drive somewhere off. And Matt come walking in. He said, Gary wants to know if you're just trying to see how far they can hit the ball today. Something like that. I mean, that's the kind of banter that you get back and forth. It's not trying to throw you off. It's the same stuff that went on when they were your teammates. You know, you just, if you have a good relationship with your teammates, you know, they can kid with you. You know how that it's done in the right way, and you know, just trying to make you laugh a little bit. And also, I think you have to have a winning type situation. If you got a club that's scuffling all the time, then those kind of remarks might not go over well.
You saw CC Sabathia, really a mentor to Nova once he got the courage to talk to him. Hey, Nova struck out 4 of the 5 he's faced.
I think they decided that Nova just wasn't tall enough to pitch for them.
Yeah, we don't usually see a lot of those for Nova, but he's getting a lot of swings and misses today.
Yeah, he's all about efficiency, keeping the count down, and he's throwing 94 by guys. Wow. It is enjoyable when you do well against your ex-teammates.
A team that traded you away, right? Let's look at our Barrel Automotive League leaders now. The percentage of pitches put in play. Guys make contact, put the ball in play. Nova by far is tops in that regard, but today he's throwing strikes. It's just
they're just not putting it in play.
They're just
that reminds me of it. You know, I talk a lot about like Johnny saying stuff, and that reminds me again of an old thing that Johnny used to say when he'd kind of get on a soapbox and kind of start talking about strategies and stuff. And this is true. And at first, it struck me as like, no, that's not right. But it is true.
Look what I found.
Well,
you got to tell your stories a little quicker.
Well, remind me. I'll finish it because it has something to do with that graphic.
11 pitch inning for Nova. He's 6 up and 6 down against the ex-Yankee. Right into that mitt. Scoreboard. Susie Cool does just about everything around here. Works on our Root Sports crew, and there's her brother and his family here. A cool family.
Yeah, a very cool shot.
Yeah, here today. Not quite as cool as Chad. That's a different kind of cool, but no. But Susie works here with us. Sometimes up here, sometimes down in the truck. Sometimes you see her on the scoreboard. Here at PNC.
A lot of ball just got underneath it a little bit. Of course, one of the things that Susie always does very well is she's one of the top fielders of any of the ball girls down there. I mean, she can pick it. She's a Gold Glover.
Yeah, there are some really good slick gloves down there. And who else is here today? Sam's here today. We got, I think we got the best bunch.
I've always said that you go around the league and we see all of them, and nobody can pick those ground balls like our group here.
They make the highlight reels.
They're into the games that you can see that they concentrate on it. They're not just down there to, you know, pick the ball up when it quits rolling, like a catcher with a knuckleball pitcher. They go after the line drives. That doesn't matter.
And a lot of them, if not all of them, have good expertise playing college softball.
Yeah,
so
absolutely. They're ball players.
For Stewart in there today. Caught the 9th inning yesterday. He among these ex-Yankees, both Pirates catchers, careers with New York. And Chris Stewart was talking about how he really enjoyed his time with the Yankees too. That's where he felt like he started coming into his own. Francisco Cervelli, very much the same thing. Really, once he was traded to the Pirates, talking about Cervelli now, that got a chance to play every day and became a very good regular catcher. And those two recruited Nova, right? He got traded over here. Nova just talked about how much he really enjoyed throwing to those guys, and you don't usually get the opportunity to bring the guys that or be with the guys that you like on a separate team in a second time around. Montgomery's already walked one today. Stewart gets a little drive into this one. Ellsbury back. He can't get there. Extra bases for Chris Stewart. He's going to try for the triple. And Stewart is in there with 3.
I tell you, I don't know if Stu can call that smart hitting. That's just driving the ball right there.
That's Chris Stewart's first career triple.
He just rips this ball into the gap, and Ellsbury's committed to trying to catch it, so he slams into the fence, and that opens the door for a possible triple. And really, Stewart gets him to third base rather easily after that. Well, Ellsbury lucky he didn't hurt himself sliding in there that hard.
Just took him 1,182 plate appearances.
Well, Nova right there on that very first swing, big long swing. He needs to shorten up now. Just get that ball poked out there and play. You got the infield in. The first big swing is not what he was needing to do. There it is again. I think he only has one swing though.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen him really kind of shorten up. He's been able to bunt.
I mean, this is a scenario where you choke up a little bit, kind of hunch over, you shorten up that swing, and just get something put in play out there. Try to just pop a ball through that drawn in infield. Maybe pop one over their heads because they're so close. But you know what the pitcher's trying to do to you? You're a pitcher yourself. He's trying to strike you out. So you get away from that long swing.
That's a nice swing.
You take the big long swing, you get that bat speed, and you drive the ball off the fence like Stewart did.
Good thing he's got that nice long gap out there. Otherwise, that's might be a home run in some ballparks. First career triple in his 11th major league season.
See, he had a stand-up triple if he wanted it, but he wanted to see what it felt like to slide into third.
Good for him. I mean, catchers sometimes they might go their whole career without doing something like that. Now Cervelli's got some of those.
when they're looking at catchers, foot speed is not one of the requirements. So occasionally you can have a catcher out there that doesn't necessarily run very well. You can be a heck of a catcher, a Gold Glove catcher, all-star catcher, and be one of the slowest guys on your team.
Don't need to run a lot back behind that plate. They give you a box. Now you got to complete the story, right? When he talks about his first career triple, he's got to. Yeah, Jordy Mercer drove me in. Pirates went on to a win that day. That's foul.
Blistering foul.
Seen some good swings here this inning. Stewart and now Mercer.
Ball just off the plate inside. That's one of the things that's tough to do. Saw Castro do it yesterday. Is hit a inside pitch hard, get the barrel of the bat to it, but not be out in front to where you pull it foul.
The Yankees will work around the Chris Stewart triple. The Pirates still have the lead.
Sports is brought to you by Allegheny Health Network, the largest health system rated #1 in the region for all the things that matter most. By Bordas & Bordas, official legal partner of the Pittsburgh Pirates. And by Kenny Ross, Total Confidence Pricing. Let's go Bucks!
That's a rad hat right there. Flying the colors with the Pirates leading 1-0. Kids Day, just kicking it. Oh, he got the ball.
Yeah. MLB logo right there, plain sight.
Something he'll never remember. He's too little.
Okay, now back to the Nova. Yeah,
oh, your story.
That high percentage of balls put in play. Johnny told me one time, and
Johnny Sane we're talking about.
First blush, you can kind of say, well, that doesn't make sense. But then after you start thinking about it for a while, you're like, wow, he's right. He said that very seldom, maybe only 2 or 3 times a game at most, do you throw a pitch you do not want put in play. You want everything you throw to be put in play.
Because you're trying to get.
And when he said that, I'm like, no, that can't be right. And he went on to say, like, your job is not to miss the bats; it's to miss the center of the bat. You want the ball. That's how you get them out. Is they put the ball in play, somebody catches it, throws to first, or catches the fly. That's how you get outs. You don't have that scenario where you have to get the swing and miss until maybe you get later into a ball game where a game's on the line and there's somebody at third and one out. then you're trying for a swing and miss. Up until that point, don't try and miss the bats. You want the ball put in play. You want them to hit it. You're just trying to take the sting out of it.
And Jameson Taillon very much subscribes to that.
And Ray kind of says a similar thing. One of the things that Ray likes to preach about, and one of his little quotes, is make something happen in those first 3 pitches. That's along the same lines. It's, you know, if you're trying to make something happen in those first 3 pitches, you're not necessarily going for a strikeout. You're trying to get them to put the ball in play so you can make that out early in the count. Keep your pitch count down.
And with Nova, I mean,
he is the poster child for make him hit the ball. You know, pitch to contact is a more modern term that you've heard over the last few years, that this guy pitches to contact. You're trying to pitch to soft contact. That's what you're doing.
and this already feels like a long at bat. It's the 5th pitch coming up.
Well, for Nova, this is a long at bat.
When you're facing him.
But he has a little strikeout thing going for him today. You know, he's feeling it.
Yoshioka puts it in play, and Harrison takes away a chance at his first big league hit.
Nice backhand stab. That ball might have even been extra bases, not just a hit. That gets by Jay. Perhaps gets down into the corner.
Playing over a third today. Now the Pirates are going to need him to play in some different spots.
The Pirates were having a little tough time yesterday with the defense, but that definitely a redeemer right there. That's an outstanding play.
Jordan Montgomery has never come to the plate and got paid for it. Maybe at the University of South Carolina.
He got paid to play baseball?
No, I meant that he hasn't gotten a plate appearance as a professional. Maybe at the University of South Carolina he batted. I hadn't had time to check today.
I thought you said he got paid for it.
No, that was not
you
my.
were trying to break some news here or something.
Intimation, no. And of course, it's 3-1 on him against Ivan Nova. Well, you knew he was going to get one there. Throw him another, right?
Right down the middle. Nothing fancy.
He does agree on the
center.
side.
Oh!
And that's going to be his first walk of the season. A guy who's never batted before.
Is this a crazy game we play?
154 batters in a row without a walk until Jordan Montgomery.
A pitcher that's never had an at bat, walking. Oh my!
And what do you know? First walk of the season.
He's had see him step off the rubber. He's got to him a little bit. He's got to get over it now. Take the deep breath. Move on.
Well, the last man he walked was against the Phillies, Cesar Hernandez, back mid-September of last year. He had gone 6 straight starts without walking a guy. McCutchen makes that play, and it doesn't matter. Other than for our goofy stats that we keep. Pirates still lead 1-0. Glad you're with us here on this Sunday afternoon. Now look at our Allegheny Health Network injury update for the Yankees. They're getting healthier. They're starting shortstop Didi Gregorius, bruised right shoulder, and already doing some rehab down in Tampa. Hoping that he'll get back soon. Meanwhile, his fill-in, Ronald Torreyes, with 4 hits yesterday. And it's been fun to see the Yankees. Only their second visit here in Pittsburgh since 1960. And folks, not forgetting about that. And of course, the Gunners' famous line, "We had them all the way." After that home run, they sure did. We forget too about one of the other. What a great game, and so fantastic that Game 7 was found a few years back. The complete telecast of that, but the Hal Smith home run in the 8th inning, that was a key point of that game. And Smokey Burgess was pinch run for earlier in the game, and then so Hal Smith had to come in the game, and of all guys, he comes through with that big home run too. So there were many heroes throughout that day and throughout that series. Pirates win all 3 of Vern Law's starts.
I went to a one of the it's not called Dream Weeks anymore, from Florida, where you go down and people can fantasy camp.
Okay.
And it used to be Dream Week when we first started years ago. That's why I got that stuck in my mind. But it was with the 60 guys. This was long, I don't know, probably 10 years ago or so. And I got to sit in the coaches' room, kind of like a little miniature clubhouse with all those guys from 60. Watch them interact and get on each other. It was a lot of fun. And one of the things that I remember is Hal Smith was constantly on Mass, getting on him about, stealing. He says, I was the big hero, and then you had to go and ruin it. And of course, it didn't really go that way, but still, that was one of the things that they would go back and forth. And I'm watching them, and here these guys played it back in 1960, and it's just like, it's the same. It doesn't matter what era. The baseball players are all the same. They love to have that banter back and forth in the clubhouse, like talking about
good-natured
last
ribbing.
inning. It's just great. And to see those guys that most of them are in their 70s, that it's still exactly the same, just like it was 30 years earlier, where they would run into each other and rehash it over and over.
3-0 on McCutchen.
A lot of fun to be there with those guys, just kind of sitting back, just watching them.
And a walk to McCutchen. That's the second walk issued by Montgomery today. So a one-out base runner here in the 3rd. And speaking of that era, Bob, our day automotive this day in Pirates history, back in '66, Pirates beating the Cardinals 5-4. They trailed by 2 into the 9th. Solo home runs by Bailey, Pagliarone, and Pagan, and taking the lead. And then Roy Face came in. I guess he earned the save. That was before the save was a statistic, but he earned the save at that time. Pirates came back to win that game. And what's also fun about talking to those guys, and I've been so enamored too with being able here or there to meet guys and ask them a question or two, is they remember every pitch. I mean, half 100 years prior, they could tell you the exact pitch that they got in a sequence, and not just in a Game 7 of the World Series, but it could be a less memorable May game from another year gone by. I'm sure you can. I mean, I'm amazed at your recall too, some of the things that you bring up.
And I'm amazed at some of the things that I don't even have a little bit of a memory of. I can't remember that. Did that really happen?
Polanco puts a sting into that one. To the wall. McCutchen will be held at 3rd. And he'll come home anyway and score on the double by Polanco, and the Pirates have another. It was a late hold by Cora, and McCutcheon already was on his way. He said, let's do it.
Polanco, who did not really come through that first time up where he had an opportunity. He lashes this one. He left the ball inside, kept going away with him. And that first at bat, he didn't get into a spot where that would happen. And here is Kutch off to the races.
And once he came around, Joey Cora initially waving him around, then put on the brakes, and McCutcheon said, I'm already 20 feet around the bag. I'm coming.
And he was digging hard. See, like from about his second step, he was full blast. As soon as he realized that there was no opportunity to catch that line drive to the outfield, he put his head down and was thinking home plate.
So Polanco snaps an 0 for 15. McCutcheon's been on base twice today.
A little out of breath.
You ever score from first on a play?
Another one of those things I can't remember. Oh, I'm sure I have with my speed.
I'm just. Well,
How
hey,
could
you
that
stole
not
3
happen?
bases in Hawaii in 1984 or whatever that was.
That's right. Yeah, I was base stealing.
That's a fact. Look that up. You were telling us that story last year about playing down in AAA in Hawaii. And
Yeah, I asked.
you got the green light late in the season.
Yeah, I asked Tommy.
Let me look this up.
If I could run. I said, I know I can do it. Nobody pays any attention to me. Nobody who holds on pitchers. So he said, okay, as long as you don't get thrown out.
And that year you didn't, right? That year?
No, I ended up. Well, I got those 3, and then that was it. Then I started paying attention.
With 2 outs, Polanco now at third. Now, I don't know if we have video from the '84 Hawaii Islanders, but I would say that Kutch probably a little faster.
He is an awful lot faster.
And the Yankees, I mean, they got that ball in quickly and efficiently, but McCutcheon ahead of that relay throw. Jose Osuna popped out his first time. Trying to bring in Polanco from third with 2 outs. Pirates have stranded a runner at third in the first 2 innings. That one is foul. Ivan Nova's got a 2-run lead with which to work. Maybe some more.
I like the way we're swinging the bats. I could see adding on just about every inning. Get some good swings off.
Osuna fans, but the Pirates have another. Through 3, lead by 2.
4 here at PNC Park with Gregory Polanco with a big hit, and has become quite popular the last handful of years. A little celebration on second base, and a lot of you wonder, what exactly is that? Well, guess what? I have the answer, and there's quite a backstory. So it was during a team-building activity in spring training when Adam Frazier was asked to be an expert on something that he doesn't know much about. So David Freese is in the room and he yells out, "Music." Frazier is not that big a music guy. So Frazier has to act as if he's a DJ to get the party started. So what does he do? He spins the turntables and drops the beat. Everybody had a big laugh. Josh Bell, among others, they all looked at each other and said, you know what? That's going to be our new celebration. So it's spin the turntable, Bob, and drop the beat. Got that?
I got it. I would have never guessed that. I don't think, no matter how long I would have had to come up with it, I would have.
I didn't know that.
one.
Yeah. Yeah, he's scratching. And get on base on the 1s and 2s, and then he can flash that sign. He gets the first out.
We'll be able to come up with all kinds of little sayings about that. Just come and keep the beat rolling. Now we know what that means.
The empty seeds buckets are thankful for a change in pregame rituals. Always banged on before the game. I go through about 3 or 4 of those a year. It's a foul ball.
Look at that.
There's Susie Cool.
How about the range, huh?
High range factor there.
See how Susie gets into fielding position. She leans forward. He is. I mean, that's how you have range like that.
That's the first hit today against Ivan Nova. And that one just out of the reach of McCutcheon. That's tough. Nova, the way that he's pitched it so far today, you almost feel like he could go, into the 6th or 7th without permitting one. He's already got 4 strikeouts.
It really is tough for him to ever really kind of have that low hit game because he pitches to contact. How many times have you seen somebody throw a no-hitter and there's 5 walks? A low hit game usually has some base on balls because a few of the hitters that might have made some good solid contact, you pitched around and walked them. You didn't, give in. You didn't give anything to hit. The hitters counts, that sort of thing. So you end up with a no hit or 1 hit, 2 hit, whatever, low hit game because you were very careful and you never gave in. Well, it's hard for Nova to keep that walk total so low and not give up, some kind of hits because the ball's getting put in play. Strikeouts helps. That's true.
Yeah, the first time around in the order, 4 of the 9 men struck out. Here the second time around, though, a little bit better contact. A couple of base hits and 2 lineouts. So maybe these Yankees starting to get to know Nova. Oh, wait a minute. Many of them already do, but they haven't faced him all that. Well, they know they're going to see strikes.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to leave. I'm not going to. If you're Nova, you don't lose any sleep over these 2 hits because neither one of them are really good. Wow, is that catcher's interference?
And Ellsbury 12 times last year got caught or reached first, I should say, on catcher's interference. He's by far the most prolific at that.
Well, he got a hit out of it. Maybe it slowed his bat down, and that's why the ball just kind of dunked in out there.
And he stands in the very back of the box, too. Can he get 2 out of this? Yeah, Judge doesn't run well. That'll get Nova out of the inning. Even when it doesn't look good, Nova finds a way to make it quick.
The all-wheel drive RAV fourth inning. Toyota, what drives you?
Aaron Judge grounding into an inning-ending double play. Starlin Castro having some fun with Nova as that inning ended. They were teammates for most of last season. I don't know how you could be any better. You're so great. You know, that kind of stuff, right? There's a base hit for Goslin. And his first swinging hit of the season. And had a
every inning.
time.
It's like you got that good feeling. Going to keep adding on. Here we are, leadoff hitter aboard.
Well, the offense has been down in the early part of this season, but yesterday, I think it got obscured by the defense and then the game getting away pitching-wise. But the offense started to look a little bit better yesterday and picking up where they left off. And today, I mean, Chris Stewart has tripled, so here we go.
Take another one.
Well, he had the most plate appearances among active hitters without a triple, 1,182. Not anymore.
That's a long time without a triple.
And now the Yankees playing that no triples defense. They know.
Got to be back. Hey, you remember Ellsbury was kind of over into right center a little bit. Now he's trying to take away that 410 gap. He's playing pretty much straight up. He's worried. Stu might go back to the smart hitting here. I see a ground ball, maybe in between first and second.
You got your crystal ball out today.
Big hole right there. Just
well,
no, that wasn't smart hitting.
Well, the Yankees return the favor. He was
tried to pull the ball.
He was trying to hit a double that time.
Tried to pull the ball, rolled over on it, put it on the ground. And that pitch was kind of middle, maybe it just is a little bit away from him, not much, pretty much middle of the plate.
So now Nova will get a chance to swing away here. A good bit of Yankees faithful making trip to the ballpark, whether from the New York area or some folks here in town.
Well, every day. Happened again today. Every day I've come in now, I've passed cars with New York plates.
Been fun chatting with them too. Everybody saying how great this ballpark is. Talking with fans, even the announcers here that have come in, some of the reporters. They don't get a chance to come here very often. Fans making the, for some of them, it could be a very short drive down here, and raving about PNC Park, and why not, and the city, to be sure. So a scoreless frame for Montgomery. Big on Pirates ticket this season, up to $10 per ticket on select Sunday through Thursday home games. You can get your tickets at pirates.com/connectcard. Yeah, so if you take the buses, take the T in, if you live in the South Hills like I do, use that card. Having a nice afternoon, a little ice cream and some beverages there. 2-0 Pirates. And we're talking about some of the Yankees broadcast team. Susan Waldman there on the left. John Sterling, radio voices of the Yankees. And talking with Susan this morning, she's raving about Pittsburgh, how nice everybody is. And also, she's the only woman on the full-time English radio or television in terms of play-by-play and analysis. On a local broadcast, of course, Jessica Mendoza on ESPN. So it's nice to see that starting to happen more and more. We're talking about the ball girls here. They play softball and do so well. And an inclusive environment in the game of baseball. And hey, Michael Kay there toward the center, and Ken Singleton to his right. Michael Kay's wife from Moon, she's here today as well for this whole series, so that's been fun that she's had a homecoming. And Singleton, a longtime Oriole too. I think I faced Steve Blass then. Got my chronology correct?
Most likely.
There's Steve. Be throwing some stuff out here in the 7th.
Yeah. Got everything ready. He's probably sitting right to his left there. Gifts for the fans.
Yeah, so yeah, whenever you come out to the ballpark, if you
can sit underneath the radio booth, you got a good chance of getting something in the 7th inning stretch.
Take home an extra freebie. There you go. Yeah.
You got to sit right there.
Don't sit under our booth. We just litter you with paper and stuff. Throw out all our old notes. Out toward the notch. Easy play for Polanco. Well, Nova has walked one and has given up 2 singles today. Struck out 4. After Bird flies out, still a goose egg for Ivan Nova, who facing his old team for the first time, and he's getting ahead of hitters right away.
What a shock.
Well, you know, coming into the season, we were thinking, is Nova going to be able to do what he did once he joined the Pirates? Because it was literally as close to flipping a switch as you could come up with. I mean, he just came here, and we talked about it in the opening today. All of a sudden, the control was outstanding. It was pretty good before, and then it was unbelievable with the Pirates, and the success followed the first time he joined the Pirates. And he said some of that has to do with, you know, that ballpark in New York. I mean, left-handed batters.
The whole national or the whole American League East.
Right. A lot of smaller ballparks, especially the new Yankee Stadium, a little fly ball to right.
I'm starting to think the home plate here at PNC might be bigger.
Ronald Torreyes had 4 hits yesterday.
There's somebody down there measuring how wide that is one of these days.
Nova makes it look bigger. He might think it is a little bit bigger. Hey, look at that. There's Denny Nagel here today. Former Pirate.
I still remember the first time Denny walked into the clubhouse down in Florida. I was the only one in there. He walked up to me and I reached out my hand and said, "Hi, Denny." I said, "My name's Doug Drabeck." Oh, he said, "Hey,"
You did
he
not
went
do
with it and said, "Hey, Doug, always admired you. Great to meet you." All that kind of stuff. Then I finally had to say, "I'm just kidding with you. I'm not Doug Drabeck."
That was your first.
Yeah, I introduced myself as Doug.
Oh, wow.
I told him later on. I said, "I just wanted to know what it would feel like for someone to think I was a Cy Young Award winner."
Quite the introduction.
Spanky's got a nice story about Doug's first or Denny's first win.
Oh, yeah.
Next year at Florida, you ask him about Denny Nagel's first win in the Astrodome.
Do you know the story?
Yeah, I feature prominently in it.
Are you gonna just? Would you like to
No,
share
I'm
it
not
with
going to
us?
share it. No, it's
Oh,
a good story.
great.
You don't have to
It's
wait
a great
for it.
story.
Yeah,
You just.
I've told it before many times. It's just, I feel funny saying it again, but this way, if you actually can, remember that, you'll get a different read on the story than what I have said of others.
All right. Well, we'll call that a
And
tease.
then when you hear from Spanky what happened, then you'll come back to me, and then I will tell the true story, because I know it'll be all blown out of proportion. I always get a kick out of hearing stories that I actually know about. Yeah, like Greg Brown telling a jet ski story the other day.
You're bringing up all these stories that
No, he told it on the air.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't hear it.
And I just let him go. But that's not the truth. That's not really what happened, what he said.
Well, sometimes stories can be
They're embellished.
Right?
Over the years, they grow and they change. And it's fun to see how they go different ways.
If we're up to you, you would have put Aesop out of business before he ever got started.
There was a story I used to tell, and then somebody looked it up and it wasn't true. I was astonished because I convinced myself. I guess I told it so often that
5 strikeouts for Nova.
He's not like, if you look at the strike zone on those 3 strikes, they weren't all paint. I mean, look at the 4th pitch. Number 5 right down the pipe. I mean, he is.
It's a movement, though. Look. I mean, that little late break there. I mean, if you're gonna swing at that, you might mishit it, right? That's the idea.
Yeah, that's the pitcher's idea.
Right.
Okay. Not hit the center of the bat. I used to tell this story where I gave up a grand slam to the 4th hitter of the game. And then found out later on that it wasn't true. That it was a 3-run homer. I'd already given up one run.
Oh well. Well, it's 4-0 after 4 batters.
But that's how I started.
Well, that's still
I started
pretty good.
talking about this horrible start to a game I had, and at some
It was
point,
just as horrible.
At some point, I changed it to a grand slam,
Oh.
and then totally forgot that I had changed it. And from that point on, it was the truth. Until I actually looked it up on one of these look thing up sites that you have.
Yeah. The goggle machine I got over here.
Yeah.
Last time Nova faced Montgomery, he walked him.
Got to believe that's not going to be the case here.
It was Montgomery's first professional plate appearance, and he's never been put out.
See what he throws in here with 2 strikes.
A strike.
Fastball for a strike. Nothing fancy there.
6 strikeouts for Nova through 5 scoreless. The last couple of days down there in Cincinnati. Well, that's a beautiful look, huh?
Yes, it is. From the bridge.
You know, you're going to like in that game that we just saw. Scooter Gennett of the Reds bunted his way on with 1st and 2nd and nobody out. Got a bunt base hit in that game, and that was prior to that prior to that hit by Votto there.
What was the score
today? I think it was a, what do we see, a 4-2 Reds lead at that point.
Nobody out.
Nobody out.
Well, staying out of a double play. It would have been a.
You're such a contrarian. Come on.
No, it would have been a. If he hadn't got the hit, it would have been at least got something accomplished. Out 2nd and 3rd.
Okay.
Nobody.
Right.
One
okay.
out.
Okay.
You know. I agree. It's.
I think with a runner at 2nd and nobody out, you're trying to drive the run home. But that's why I thought about you when I read that earlier.
Yeah.
Mercer today has walked and bounced out.
I'm not a strong guy bunting a guy to 2nd. Bunting a guy to 3rd, I don't think I have a really big problem with that. Bunting a guy to 2nd, you know, what's that guy say? The
Tom Tango.
Yeah, he doesn't think you're getting much bunting a guy to 2nd.
Yeah.
But bunting a guy to 3rd, he likes that, right?
Yeah, that does increase the
I like
odds a
that
little
too.
bit. Yeah.
I don't have any numbers, but I like that. Over the years, I've just seen it work.
Right. All numbers do is quantify it. for those who haven't seen as much as.
Yeah, that's
As you-
right.
that's
That's the way I look at it.
There's some more numbers that'll help you out. How about 4? Family 4-pack. Families attending the game at PNC Park won't want to miss out on that Slice Family 4-pack. You get 4 tickets to any Sunday through Thursday home game and a large one-topping pizza from Slice on Broadway at PNC Park. 4 fountain drinks. Enjoy a family day out with the Slice Family 4-pack. It's $100. Go to pirates.com/slice.
Numbers you can sink your teeth in right there.
I like it. There's Terry out on the bridge today. Wow. Hey, Terry.
Beautiful day to be out there wandering around. He fished down there. That's a little.
That's
brown,
how we got that.
little muddy.
I thought that maybe it was on tape or something before. That's beautiful.
This is live TV. There's nothing taped here.
Half of my comments are taped. We just put them in it.
The only tape in
opportune
this
time.
broadcast is the tape you use for your stat sheet.
Oh, okay. That way it doesn't go anywhere.
No.
Yeah.
There's no taping them downstairs in the truck anymore. At least that's what I've been told.
You don't use cassettes or anything
Everything
anymore?
is digital, I guess. You know, I don't know if they keep it there in the truck or it's in some cloud somewhere. Or I don't know.
So no records when they're doing the DJ thing when they get on base?
No vinyl.
He's going to have to do it again. Another hit for Harrison. I love watching him turn first base. He's always thinking too, even if it's pretty much guaranteed to be a single. I love watching. I mean, it's a single. It's a single. But he's getting, if there's any
but
bobble,
if it's bobbled, you're in position to move up.
and I know you're supposed to do that, but he does it very well, and it's fun to watch.
Oven mitt is on, ready to go. A sign that he wants to steal.
There's that big paw. McCutcheon has been on base both times today. Scored ahead of the Polanco double in the 3rd. And a nice start to the season at the plate. Higashioka really working off of Montgomery today, who we were talking earlier, being left-handed and also with that very quick slide step home. That's going to be a tough task for Harrison to try to move up.
It's a challenge, that's all.
What would you time him at, Bob? You've done this before.
He's at about a 1.224.
I've done this a couple times with you. Now you're timing his delivery to home plate.
I've gone all the way down to the.
You've gotten within a hundredth.
Yeah.
I think before.
1.224. That's my.
You gonna time it?
Yeah, except I gotta see reset. Got a lot of stuff going on here. Must have been late with the
I
thumb.
think you're on like.
I was off a long way there. That was a 1.12, but I think I was slow. I was slow.
Okay.
I got a bad jump.
What'd you time it at home, folks? Did you get a 1.224?
When he moves, you start the clock. When the ball hits the glove, you stop it. Start. Stop. Way late with my stop that time.
Come on. Well, you're telling everybody to do it. Now you're
Well,
not.
I need an old school stopwatch like that right there. It's hard with these devices, whatever they call them. What do you call these things?
Phones.
Mobile devices.
Call them phones. That was
Okay, I'm
Camaro
gonna try
Party.
again. I'm gonna try no.
All right.
Ready.
Timing
Start.
Montgomery to home
Stop.
plate. And McCutcheon going out on the back end. You forgot to hit stop. The inning stops after that double play. Pirates, though, still have the lead 2-0.
Baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by the Chevy Traverse and your Western PA Chevy dealers. And by Day Automotive. We're going to make your day. Let's go, Bucks!
2-0. The Pirates have the lead. Ivan Nova facing his old club for the first time. And out on the Clemente Bridge, the bike lane.
21 on the bike.
Oh, look at that.
I like it. Look at the stirrup socks.
I've never noticed that before. Then again, usually when I'm walking on it, there's a lot of folks, so can't really see down there.
First pitch curveball. Been doing that an awful lot today. I think I got 8 out of 9 of the last 9 first pitches here on my pitching chart. It's been curveball.
Good way to get ahead, right?
Yeah. Just throw it in there for a strike. Not many guys like to hit the hook on the first pitch. So they'll take it. You don't have to worry too much about location. Just get it in a decent spot, but make it a strike. And if they take it, you get to start 0-1.
And so we always talk about those first pitch strikes.
First pitch strike off speed really puts the hitter in a defensive spot.
And we've seen that today. The Yankees with 3 singles. Nova has walked a batter. He has struck out 6. One of whom Chase Headley, longtime teammate. Goslin gets the second out.
Oh, as smooth as a down pillow.
Look at our Allegheny Health Network Supermo. Slide and get back up. Starlin Castro homered yesterday. He's hit today. Nova at 70 pitches here through 5 2/3. Last time around, he needed 78 to pitch a complete game. 8 innings, a complete game. And as a Pirate, he has had as many complete games as he has walks. He's walked 4 batters in 15 starts, and he's completed 4 of them. And I was joking with him. I said, you could have probably gone 12 innings the other day. He goes, no, 10, 11. And he was serious.
Yeah, he wasn't joking.
Yeah. He said if the game kept going on, they would have had a fight. Meaning, to try to take him out of the game. He would have said, oh no, I insist, I'm going to stay in this game. And who could argue with him? And I think Clint Hurdle would have given him the benefit of the doubt. We just don't see that these days. I mean, I recall the 1991 World Series. Jack Morris goes 10 innings.
Well, I think the other day,
yeah,
that as far as just taking guys out, I thought we saw something that we didn't see before. Remember the game that Tyone was allowed to finish? What was it, the 7th inning?
Yeah.
When he had tying winning runs all over the bases, and that's very old school. You don't see that anymore at that point of the ball game. That curveball game.
And that's 7 strikeouts for Ivan Nova.
Pirates hosted their 7th annual Pitch for Hope Women's Baseball Clinic earlier today here at the ballpark. It was the Pirates coaching staff, as you could see, who led this morning's events. They taught the participants hitting, pitching, fielding, and a lot more. Afterwards, the participants and their guests had a private brunch before hanging out here at the game this afternoon. And look at that. Pirates President Frank Coonley donating a check on behalf of Pirates charities to A Glimmer of Hope for $63,500 in this event. Bob, I know you've seen it go on many, many years. It's always a fun time. The coaches, you ask any of them about it, they really enjoy themselves coming out earlier this morning and teaching the Pitch for Hope Women's Baseball Clinic. 7th time they've done it.
They absolutely had a beautiful morning for it out there. Maybe just a little on the crisp side, but still just a great atmosphere and really kind of a neat idea that the Pirates have been doing now for quite some time. Get the ladies out here, give them a little added knowledge of the game and what it's like to be out there on the field and going through the paces.
Yeah, you look in the crowds.
I think maybe next year they need to involve Susie Cool in that.
Yeah,
that would be cool.
Well, you look in the crowds. I mean, there's as many women as there are guys at the ballpark. And when I get letters and Twitter notifications, it's just as much from women who know their stuff better than I do than the men. So kind of fun to have that. In fact, for me, my great grandma was the first one that told me about baseball. I just come to think of that. Watch this. Okay. What is it? What is it? Pretty good.
Something to do with the Tigers, I guess.
Yeah, back at Detroit. These guys are winning a lot. It was right. They were having a very good season. She wanted me to check out and see what was going on. I was 6 years old. I had no idea, but kind of got me interested. There you go, Mickey Mantle, number 7 with the pinstripes. Hey, how come I can't get into the game? You said I could have tickets if I stand here.
Out there along the river, probably over at the Maz statue a little earlier.
Yeah. It's all live. All live, Bob. All live, Bob.
No, he was at the Maz statue earlier.
Oh, I see. I see. Oh, that's a patch from the 1951 season. Polanco's going to try to beat this out.
Easy.
And he does.
Well, you can see that developing. The long strides were starting to pull ahead.
And that ripping double, driving in a run, and then sometimes the legs get you a base hit.
He's got a little bit of advantage because he's running from that left side, and there is a left-handed pitcher on the mound. And they're always slow to go to the first base side to field anything. And Polanco helping things out with a call himself.
Yeah, Dan Isonia didn't even need to. Like the early days of baseball, prior to the arbiters being there, teams would be the umpires. Extra players. That was also prior to replay.
Prior to automobiles, prior to airplanes, prior to a lot of things.
Yeah, radio.
Baseball, very old sport.
You know, I was looking it up today that Nova again today, another one of these 0 or 1 walk starts. If he doesn't walk anybody else today, it'll be 15 with 0 or 1, and that hasn't happened for the Pirates in 93 years. It's amazing to think that and the Pirates had already been around at that point for almost 40 years. Just to think about you can go back. Well, this hasn't happened since 1890. You're like, what other sport has that kind of depth of history? Wilbur Cooper.
Chariot racing.
Yeah, right. Not as popular these days. But yeah, Wilbur Cooper is the last one to do 15 starts with 0 or 1 walks, the all-time winningest pitcher in Pirates history. or hasn't won a game in just about any of our lifetimes. So 1 away. Can you say ping? Ping! College baseball coming to PNC Park. West Virginia hosting Penn State, or Penn State hosting West Virginia, however you want to put it. Nittany Lions taking on the Mountaineers at 7 o'clock. We do know that. General admission tickets available at pirates.com/collegebaseball. And caught off on that lineout. The double play for the 3rd straight inning for the Yankees. Pittsburgh 2-0. The Pirates trying to take the series from these Yankees. It's been a fun weekend here. And a look at our Point Park tweets as well. And looking back at if you didn't miss a beat that day out west, DJ Walk. Hashtag DJ Walk. The bobble chair giveaway coming up next month. I'm looking forward to that.
Series against the Phillies, of all things.
Team that you started your career.
Yeah. Well, they called me Whirlybird.
Yeah. Check
That might be why. Yeah, this one's good. We had a bad one in.
Where were we just?
Oh, St. Louis had a bad chair.
Yeah.
They
that
were,
was.
I think somebody was trying to set me up there.
Well, I had a good chair. I really did. I had a nice firm backing, and you didn't. And I
had to change.
Laughed about that.
Uh-oh.
Jacoby Ellsbury has halved the deficit with his second home run.
One of the things that Nova had to do today is keep the ball in the yard, and not an easy thing against these Yankees. So far, so good until there. Let's see what it was. Oh, was that curveball?
But on the second pitch, started him off with a fastball and then the curve that time. Well, these Yankees, remember they always called them the Bronx Bombers. They may call this bunch with some of the younger guys the Baby Bombers. Heard that circulated about, but it's one of the veterans that gets him on the board today. Judge is homered in the series in his first full season. He leads the ball club with 6. well to center. But McCutchen has room. That was hit off the end of the bat, too.
Yeah, just a fly out. That's no big deal. That's pitch to contact. You know, when you're as big as Aaron Judge, when they take the sting out of it, sometimes that means just a warning track power. This was not warning track power. It's the home run again.
392 feet. Ellsbury once hit 30 home runs in a season with Boston. Not really a big home run hitter these days. Every now and then, though. You know, you talk about how much Nova pitches in the strike zone and doesn't walk a lot of guys. I'm amazed that the home run numbers have been so low, too, right? You'd think guys would run into a bunch.
Along with the base hits. You know, a lot of strike throwers. They're those guys that have the high home run count, but the majority of them are those solo home runs.
And same thing with Nova. It's the second one he's allowed this year. Jameson Tyone. And the rest of the young rotation watching Nova, who is a guy that they can count on to ask questions, but doesn't try to preach anything.
Tell you what, he's a good guy just to watch. Don't ask any questions. Just try and do what he does.
Yeah.
Obviously a leader by example. The way he pitches, his style. If you have that kind of command and control, there's your lead on how to do it. I'm thinking Tyone is taking it to heart. Tyone really hammers that strike zone too.
It seems like the rest of the staff's kind of going that way too. That's a nice play by Mercer.
Good way to go.
Yeah, after the home run, nice and tidy for Ivan Nova, and that seems to be the case. Unfazed by any trouble behind him, ends up making it a 12-pitch inning at 87 pitches through 7 and working with the lead. And now here, the Pittsburgh Opera, which has the Summer King opening up on Saturday. First opera debuting here at the Pittsburgh Opera, and they're singing here at PNC Park.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans wide with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet
It's time for the 7th inning stretch. We invite you to follow the bouncing Eaton Park Smiley Cookie as we sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game."
se concentre sur le chat red, le chat guild.
Hein?
C'est bon, Zoop, ça t'es défini pour les druides, les buffs?
Bah, on va le faire. Il est sur le Discord à l'avril ou pas?
Je crois qu'il y est.
C'est quoi? T'es dans le chain druide?
C'est
Pack
c'est
druide.
lequel?
Un pack druide.
Tout attaché?
Ouais, un pack druide. Ah bah c'est bon, il est sur le Discord. Ok, bah alors avril, tu prends 1, 2, 3. La meute, tu prends 4, 5. Et je prends les 3 derniers, 6, 7, 8.
Ok. Tu peux relink le Discord s'il te plaît sur le chain guild. Le chain red. Tu te redis les buffs, t'as dit quoi?
Je suis en train de les écrire, je vais
Ok.
le mettre.
Ouais. Tu peux afficher les MT aussi, s'il te plaît, Rack?
Non, je suis en train de faire l'attribution sur Discord là. Vas-y, s'il te
Ok.
plaît, demande à quelqu'un d'autre.
Ou alors mets-moi une promote, au pire.
Vous le faites sur Aura 2?
Dis sur c'était red.
Ok.
Sur Aura 2 aussi, Nid.
Ah, ok.
C'est bon, j'ai mis une promote.
Ok.
Ok, on a un pick-up. Tac, tac, tac. Parfait ce grade pick-up sur Discord.
J'ai pas vu Zoops le dispatch des druides.
Je le remets dans le chain druide. Tu le vois là?
Bah non, pourtant c'est bien le 6 là. Sache un pack druide?
Un pack druide, ouais.
Ouais, j'y suis. Je vois personne.
Bah attends, je te le whisper pas.
Ouais. Ok. 4-5. Ok.
100 E à druide, hein, c'est en anglais au fait. C'est pour ça je
Ah.
pense.
D'accord.
Merci Patco.
Pas de soucis.
Bah écoute, on part. Hein.
Ouais.
Allez.
Fais un ready check hein, et on va y aller.
Un petit pick-up pour moi les CM.
Par contre, le groupe, vu qu'on n'est pas full, dispatch les gens qu'on laisse un groupe complet vide, au pire, non? Ou tu veux laisser comme ça?
Comment ça?
On laisse la répartition des membres comme ça?
Ouais.
Ok. Bon, c'est parti, les gars.
Mon groupe est pas buff druide.
Ouais, ça arrive.
C'est qui buff 6 et 7 Android? Zoops, redis, stop.
Pardon?
Qui c'est qui buff 6 et 7? C'est toi?
Toi tu fais 5, 6 et mon... Attends, laisse-moi checker. Toi tu fais 4, 5, moi je fais 6, 7, 8.
Ok. Parce qu'ils ont pas encore 6, 7, 8.
Ouais, je vais le faire, je viens d'arriver.
Okay. L'autre rôle, ça, je réexplique sur le Chan Red, c'est un pour la guild et le rang.
Un pour random pick-up.
Ok.
Ok, Noli vient de me répondre, il a pas l'accès.
These loads are just split between the guild and the other ones.
Oh, parfait, on a un traducteur. En plus, Furia, il a une voix sensuelle, donc ça passe très bien.
Carrément, quoi.
Putain, je la voyais pas, je me demandais, merde, qu'est-ce qui se passe? Ok.
On reste et on rebuff ceux qui sont morts là.
Ils sont jamais morts, t'es sérieux?
Bah regarde, hein. Surtout ils ont pas été raise. Le démo groupe 3 là. Et le qui est les groupes derrière aussi là, si on peut le raise, ouais c'est bon, il y a raison quoi.
J'ai pris le clé.
On va écrire. Tu peux écrire sur le chan Red les groupes où est-ce qu'ils se placent, qui fait les dragonnets, etc. Le split.
C'est quoi, pair en pair?
Ouais. Bon, on va mettre. Ouais. Ouais, c'est ça.
Merci.
Mais comme ça?
Ouais, ça va, on fait ça. Bon, après, faut pas que tu mettes. Attends, je vais mettre un. 3.
Paire à gauche, paire à droite.
Ouais, non, si c'est bon, c'est parfait, c'est bien. C'est bien comme ça. Il y a la démo et 2 mages à l'autre et d'un côté et les mages et 3 N de l'autre. Ok, on va faire ça. Ouais.
Pour les mages, on répartit qui fait les dragonnets, 2 de chaque côté.
Attends, on va faire un truc à la. Voilà.
Il manque des autorisations sur Discord. Donc
Ah
faille
ouais
avec nous.
Ok.
Attends, je vais les donner, vas-y, continue. C'est qui manque? Ah oui, putain, il n'y en a pas.
Faille.
Même pas le seul d'ailleurs. Pourtant, ils ont roll pick-up, il doit pouvoir rentrer sur le chan, non? Ouais, c'est pas ça?
Je sais pas, il y en a qui viennent peut-être d'arriver, j'ai pas encore mis encore.
Pourtant, ils sont tous cochés pick-up, les mecs. Ah, ici. Mais si, ils sont.
Voilà, je pense que c'est pas mal comme strat. C'est bon, t'as mis la main?
Pour les accès, bah, je les vois tous en accès.
Eh ben, c'est bon, alors ils peuvent venir sur Discord.
Mais ils y sont en plus, je regarde là.
Moi, je fais un appel.
Les côtés viennent de recharger là.
Vous avez mis l'inverse, en fait.
Ouais, prenez celui que j'ai
Même
mis.
a dit un truc, Irakan a dit un autre.
Prenez celui que j'ai mis. Prenez celui que j'ai mis, c'est plus simple. Parce que
ouais.
enfin, avec le chef de raid, t'as l'écriture qui diffère. Alors, je sais pas s'ils ont pu voir ce que tu as écrit. Voilà, on va partir
Ok.
là-dessus.
Qu'est-ce qu'il raconte l'île là? J'ai pas suivi. Oh, c'est bon, on a fait le split.
Tizalil, Berlu, Tugli, Ozira, Allo. Allo et des coups Osef, c'est un war. Ozira, Tugli, Berlu, Lille, vous êtes là?
Ouais.
Ah oui, je suis là.
Ok.
On rappelle quand même quelques petits points, notamment la phase 2 qui est la, qui est la plus galère. On va annoncer le souffle. Et quand elle souffle, vous avez 5 secondes pour vous barrer, donc vous levez la caméra et vous mettez pas dans la trajectoire. Hein. De façon à pas prendre le souffle. Les dragonnets, les mages en question les gèrent. Et sur le placement dans la salle, vous espacez bien de façon à ce que quand il y en a un qui est ciblé par une conflag du boss, qu'on soit pas un pack et que tout le monde trinque, quoi. Surtout avant un souffle. D'accord? Donc espacez-vous bien dans toute la salle. Quand en switch de phase 2 à phase 3, vous arrêtez de DPS, c'est à combien? C'est à 43%, je crois, non? 42, les dots? De façon à ce que le changement phase 2, phase 3, d'aggro, fear, donc vous laissez bien le temps de reprendre et après on rego DPS.
Il demande quelle pièce est réservée sur le chat.
Il n'y a rien qui est réservé. Hein.
Okay. Mais ils ont du mal à comprendre. Alors.
De toute manière, là il faut faire le fight là, parce qu'on n'est même pas sûr de la tomber. Donc, bref. Refais un dernier check s'il te plaît, on va y aller.
Ah, c'est clair, putain, c'est bon quoi. Temps de sec, t'es là?
Ouais,
Tant de ça qui.
je suis parti de Kargat comme un truc.
On va y aller sans lui le premier try.
Quand je t'en pète. Hein.
Comment?
Quand je t'en pète, t'es en stack. Quand tu rentres.
Bon, allez.
C'est bon, hein, Rack, on peut y aller?
Ouais.
Regarde, mets-toi une icône sur toi pour qu'il voit bien que t'es le tank.
T'es AJ ou WF pour tanker ce truc?
Vas-y, agis.
Allez, go, on est parti.
Oh.
Ouais, je suis bum dans les œufs.
Non,
à droite, là.
Déjà un pack de dragonnets à faire.
Un tonne de zone, ouais, bien.
Pas de co, faut pas passer derrière comme ça sur les dragonnets.
Ah non, je suis venu reprendre tous les dragonnets.
Bouge pas.
Moi je peux venir, ça m'aiderait bien.
Ils vont pop non-stop là?
Putain, ouais, c'est n'importe quoi.
Il est bugué normalement ce qui bump. Et...
Il faut que tu déco si t'es bugué.
Ouais, moi j'avais déco quand j'étais bum dedans. Faut qu'on enchaîne ici.
On cancel ou quoi alors?
Ouais, c'est bon, c'est fail quoi. Mourez là.
Hello, il n'y a pas eu de. Il n'y a pas eu de reprise aggro hein, sur mon 4ème. T'es derrière là, mec.
Si, non, oui, il était derrière, mais parce que le gars sur Onyxia, le KTM n'est pas à jour. Tu vois, dès que tu prends un coup d'aile, tu repasses à 50%. Donc s'il y a quelqu'un qui est au-dessus de 50%, tu te fais niquer. C'est pour ça que tout le monde fait des auto-attaques. Mais c'est pas ta faute, c'est la faute du gars.
Ouais, faut que tous les DPS contrôlent leur aggro.
Ouais. Il faut juste auto-attaque et pour les casters, pareil. En baguette.
On a mis un paire gauche et paire droite, hein, c'est ça? Je vais le rappeler ça.
Répète que c'est que des auto-shoots dans toute la P1.
Oh oh, je suis pas mort. Trop bien ça. Ah, c'est...
Dommage, pas de quoi.
Bah, je comprends pas, j'étais pas en combat et.
Donc, du coup, au début, il y a quelqu'un qui s'est mangé les dragonnets, c'est ça?
Ouais, c'est moi, j'ai été bump dans les œufs en fait.
Allez, on fait attention quand on se place, hein, avancez bien. Quand vous traversez Onyxia aussi, vous passez sous Onyxia, vous passez pas derrière ni devant, au milieu. Si jamais vous devez changer gauche-droite. Les mages, normalement, ils doivent être bien du bon côté.
On s'est
Tu devrais
répartis
dire
les
tout
mains.
ça en anglais aussi sous Discord.
Vas-y, la meuf.
Ouais, mais Foria, il maîtrise, donc je suis passé bilingue. Ou Lille, un des deux, là, il maîtrise super bien, quoi. Mais à quoi raconter plus, là, le placement, c'était tout, là.
Bah, franchement, il n'y a pas grand chose à connaître là, sur Onyx.
J'imagine que les mecs qui viennent au nid, ils connaissent la stratégie.
Si je peux me permettre, je vous avais déjà fait remarquer que elle est buggée un peu sur le serveur. Elle met son premier coup de queue trop tôt sur le serveur. Et que si les deux groupes partent en même temps qu'en pool, c'est sûr qu'il y a des mecs qui se font bump. Enfin,
ouais.
c'est pour ça que normalement, nous, ce qu'on avait fini par faire, c'était que selon si le temps qui va la tourner à droite ou à gauche, il n'y a que la moitié des groupes qui rentrent et les 4 autres attendre.
Qu'elle soit placée.
Ouais, vraiment 20 secondes, quoi. Qu'elle soit vraiment placée tout au fond. De toute façon, la P1, on peut la faire durer une demi-heure. Hein. C'est pas.
Ouais, switch
Si t'as
un
un mec qui
mage.
bump,
Pardon. Switch un match du groupe 8 dans le groupe 7, s'il te plaît. Voilà.
C'est bon. Genre les alliés, ils ont un gardien des âmes plus près, putain. Salaud.
Bon, rappelez-vous ce qu'on avait dit en début de raid, hein, on joue avec d'autres gens, donc on essaie de faire au mieux, qu'on passe pas pour des branquignoles, donc on s'applique.
Mal parti.
Comment on fait pour se faire bump dans les œufs?
Tu dois pas être derrière elle, tu dois être vraiment sur les côtés.
En fait, elle donne des coups de queue derrière, et si t'en prends un, t'es bump.
Ils se mettent sur le flanc normalement, les DPS CAC.
Ouais, vraiment, on va tous passer par le flanc et après on tape sur le côté, quoi.
On n'est pas sans savoir de dragonnet en fait l'île, donc au début un tank. Enfin, deux tanks, enfin sur ce fight, deux tanks c'est suffisant quoi.
Ok, c'est bon, c'est bon.
Mais
Admettons.
c'est en P2, je vais aller quand tu regardes Onyxia là au début je vais aller à gauche et enfin à l'ouest du coup sur la map et puis pas de côte ira à l'est quoi, à droite.
Ouais, ok, ça
Prendre
roule.
les
Attention, il y a un élite qui arrive devant, enfin dans Onyxia qu'on n'a pas clean.
De toute manière, dès qu'on meurt, on revient, on rebuff et il faut refaire le trash. Hein, direct. Donc.
Ah ouais, putain, c'est.
Je crois pas. Hein.
Si, si.
Ouais, oui, il faut clean
Ça
trash.
repop directement.
Ah, direct.
À chaque.
C'est nos Salarius ça ou quoi?
J'aurais du raise en fait, du coup, je suis un peu.
Les deux personnes du groupe 4, tu veux pas les mettre dans le groupe 6 par exemple? Surtout un chaman quoi. Tu vois.
Ouais, mais avant c'était un groupe CAC, hein, il y a trop de personnes qui ont lift alors.
C'est pas grave. Du coup, Zoups, je prends 3-5 en buff. Vu qu'il n'y a plus de groupe 4.
Tu disais?
Je prends 3-5 en buff vu qu'il n'y a plus de groupe 4.
Ça marche.
Typical game of his, no matter who he's pitching against. Get ahead of the hitters. 18 first pitch strikes today to 25 hitters. A lot of those curveballs.
And another outing of 0 or 1 walks. He finally walked his first man of the season.
Which is crazy
Mange du coyote sans doute.
Jordan Montgomery, the Yankees pitcher, his first ever professional plate appearance. He never batted in the minors or in his brief major league career.
Yo quoi.
Il y a Lille qui est. Ah oui, non, Lille, tu nous attends, c'est ça?
Non, 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 oui, enfin j'étais mort,
Vas-y,
j'attendais,
Rack.
mais j'avais zappé qu'il y avait le repop.
Gaffe, si nous en amène qu'un seul, s'il te plaît.
Reculé.
This is a players only ballpark. No DHs.
At the tail end of his career, hanging on as a DH.
Quoi qui est tombé là, bordel de merde?
MLB.TV Premium is back and better than ever. You can watch every out-of-market regular season game live on more than 400 supported devices. Plus, you get a free subscription to At-Bat Premium. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv for details. And here comes Tony Watson to start getting loose here in the 8th inning. Hosma will run for Carter with the potential tying run at second here. Well, that bottom of the 7th where the Pirates had the bases full and nobody out, cracked his bat. And Mercer can track that down for the second out. You hope that doesn't come back and become a factor because normally you're going to score a couple of runs in an inning like that. Keeps it a one-run affair.
Well, that last pitch helped a lot. A little pop fly. Just need one more out. But, I mean, every time that a tying run, go-ahead run, whatever it is, gets out at second base, then you have to be, nervous about every pitch you throw. Anything, a seeing eye ground ball. So much can happen when that guy gets in a scoring position. So, get a nice easy out.
Il n'est pas obligé de le faire le dernier là, s'il est gros pas en cours.
Non, il gros pas.
Ok. Allez, passez-vous bien, on fait gaffe. Donc on rappelle quand on avance, on laisse bien le temps que traverse. Hop, il la place au fond. Pas bump inutilement dans les européens. Faites gaffe.
Ok. T'appelles là, puis on y aller. C'est bon pour les deux ou quoi? Je vais prendre ça.
Donc c'est 1, 3, 5, 7 impair à gauche et pair à droite. Ça, ouais, pas de bon.
Je fais un appel, vas-y, j'en fais un.
Ouais, vas-y. Le décompte, non, il n'y a pas besoin. Quand on voit le temps qui part, pas Ça donne quoi l'appel? C'est bon?
Ouais, il y a que TZ qui est absent, mais à mon avis. Voilà quoi. Bon, allez, je fais un décompte si tu veux.
Vas-y.
Allez, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, parti.
Putain, il y a encore un dragonnet qui a pop, c'est...
C'est bon, je l'ai pris, je l'ai pris.
Doucement au début, hein, tranquille. Blanc, baguette, pépère. Ça s'affole pas.
Et Louis est prêt, faites gaffe à vous.
Ouais, Louis est prêt, vous êtes assez haut. De toute façon, ça se tourne.
Vanish direct.
Par contre, là.
Voilà, gros, là.
Vanish aussi. Tu vois que t'es en steak, il faut des FD.
C'est pas grave, c'est un war tank.
Prends pas le taunt, Nixa, what the fuck.
Préparez-vous à la bourriner.
Ouais, quand elle se barre, à mettre un maximum et à bien vous espacer aussi en phase 2.
À go lui péter le cul.
Ah, j'ai résisté. Non, rage.
6K, t'as l'agro. Ouais, c'est bon.
Allez, go la péter.
Allez, go.
Burst.
Go nuke.
T'es à l'est ou à l'ouest, pas de co là, sur la map?
Je suis juste à droite, donc...
Ok, je vais à l'ouest. Ok, ça marche.
Espacez-vous bien aussi, là. Soyez pas tous en pack, s'il vous plaît, là. Ceux qui peuvent, les dragonnets. Allez.
Oui, je suis sur 6K.
Attention, dit Brest.
On Brest. Je sais pas.
Ouais. Ça bandage et compagnie.
Bandage, il faut.
C'est.
Regardez bien, espacez-vous toujours.
Putain.
Vous pouvez lui mettre une marque de chasseur qu'on la voit, s'il vous plaît.
Does mark on Onyx, please.
Ouais, encore 10%, les retombe là.
Le restait bien se passer.
Ah ouais.
Putain, ma conflagration, les dragons et pop. Fuck.
Ouah, je vais crever. Oh shit.
T'es mort? Merde.
Ouais, je suis mort.
Bon, je vais aller à l'autre côté parce que là, il y a un match qui gère bien. Je vais le faire. 9% à tomber encore.
Bah, normalement, il est après de ce côté-ci, donc ça devrait aller.
Dragonner sur la gueule, ça va fort.
Ouais, mais t'es au milieu là.
Ça souffle.
Fais gaffe, cale-toi un grouille là. Je vais te le prendre. Ouh, ça fait mal ça.
On a perdu le main tank après.
Des dragonnets sur un coup.
Ouais, il y a trop de monde là. Trop de monde sur le souffle.
Ah, les taurennes, faut utiliser vos stompes pour aider un petit peu.
C'est ce que j'ai fait.
Le souffle. Bon, on va dire que c'était un peu mieux quand même.
Oui.
Les dragons étaient bien gérés, je pense. C'était
Ouais,
pas
on a
mal.
des bons mages.
Ah bah jusqu'à ce que Patko il meure de mon côté, c'était pas trop mal quoi, franchement.
Putain, ma TP, la bitch.
Pas de quoi au micro.
Ouais. Pas de co. Pas de co en deux, tu nous entends. Allô,
Oui,
allô.
oui.
Micro, attention.
Quoi?
Le micro, attention, au petit bruit là.
Ah, ok, sorry. C'est parce que je regardais un truc.
Parce que quoi? Parce que. Je sens mes couilles, mec.
Je regardais un message sur mon GSM, quoi, c'est tout.
Ouais, je pense que la P1 c'était. Ouais, faites gaffe à, effectivement, qu'on prenne pas trop d'aggro, bêtement là. Il y a des quelques qui l'ont repris. P2 bien s'espacer, c'était pas mal. Et le souffle, faut qu'on gère mieux que ça.
Ouais, t'as le débouché, faudra qu'il se mouche. Hein. Pas qui c'est.
P1, c'est plus ou moins bien passé. Juste avant la fin de la P1, il y a eu des petits quiproquos, tant pis. Mais bon. La P2 niveau gestion dragonesse, c'est plutôt correct, hein, mais c'est vraiment c'est vraiment les souffles en fait. Faut regarder, regarder Onyxa quoi. Mais faut balancer aussi du lourd.
Le
Hein,
souffle, il
c'est
est
vrai
lancé
que...
sur Bwigs ou
il est
il
lancé,
reste avant?
Après,
Il est lancé.
faut pas regarder Onyxia quand on dit qu'un souffle, faut tout le temps savoir où aller. Parce que si vous regardez que quand ça souffle, c'est trop tard, hein, si vous êtes dessous.
Attention aussi au niveau de la P2. Le placement dans la salle, hein, on insiste, mais il faut que vous soyez bien dispatchés les uns des autres, pas en paquet. Restez pas trop les uns en pack. Hein. Bon, les matchs qui doivent effectivement, eux, ils doivent être sur le côté, mais les autres dans le raid, vous pouvez être à l'entrée, au milieu, au fond, à gauche, à droite. Espacez-vous bien les uns des autres.
Ouais. Bon, allez, quand même, on n'est pas là pour troll. Parti là.
Vas-y, go.
Place de ride, s'il vous plaît. Groupe 1.
Yep. Avril, tu peux buff groupe 1 et groupe 2?
Ma faute, ma faute.
Pensez bien, un P2 à bien vous espacer les uns des autres. C'est à 41%, on arrête de dot, elle doit descendre. Et on laisse l'agro du tank, vous continuez pas à DPS direct. Et une fois qu'elle est replacée et stabilisée, là vous pouvez renvoyer.
Elle met des coups de wings en P3 ou pas?
Je crois pas.
Fais des firs.
Ouais, ok.
Les fiers,
Mais
donc
du
les
coup, il y a
totems.
plus de réduction de frites.
Ah non, P3 c'est full DPS après.
Non, mais si les gens se prennent pas le fear et que le tank se le prend, c'est la merde.
Je le prendrai pas, le fier. Au pire, si jamais ça arrive, c'est pas de cool la récupère direct après, comme je le dirai de toute façon. Mais avec. Normalement, ça passe sur le timer de la rage berserk, ça devrait être bon.
Je dis surtout ça pour les DPS en fait. Vaut mieux prendre le fear plutôt que utiliser des trucs pour le cancel.
Bon, bah écoutez, on va pouvoir y aller.
Attends, il y avait le War qui était AFK là.
TZ, prêt, Serenity.
Ouais, prêt. Il est back. Ok, bah c'est bon.
Serenity, c'est quoi? Un heal?
Serenity, c'est un mage.
Tu vois,
Ah,
are you here?
Et c'est déco? Ok, c'est pour ça que je voyais pas.
Ouais, il est offline.
Bon, je laisse là.
Ouais. Tout le monde est prêt pour. Ouais.
Allez, c'est parti.
Tac tac, j'ai ça. J'ai ça. Ok, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, parti.
Vous avez du cul à droite.
Putain, c'est clair.
Calculer.
Allez, on fait attention, on se place bien.
Je remonte 6K.
Ouais, je t'ai trop devant.
Dragonnet qui vient à droite. À gauche.
Tu prends?
Ouais, il est à gauche, moi je suis à droite.
Ok, bon, pas grave.
Je l'ai juste vu passer.
Oh, t'inquiète, il est mort.
Name Dracon, fais attention, t'as plus de 50%.
Ouais, vous faites chacun, on va pas l'annoncer, vous faites chacun attention à votre. Vous gérez votre
Attends,
DPS.
je balance quelques frappes héros là.
Et quand elle part en arrière pour se décoller, donc début de la P2, vous passez au maximum sur toute la. Ouais, c'est pas tous en pack là où on est, là au nord. Les claques suivront, mais les autres vous éparpillez quoi. Et jetez un œil toujours Nixia, caméra maximum pour savoir où est-ce qu'elle est à cause du.
Voilà.
Deuxième coup.
C'est bon, il s'est placé là où il fallait, mais il devait pas avoir la grosse quoi.
On sait
Ah,
qu'elle
non.
Là, il y a du monde là.
Comment je fais là pour récupérer après?
Jetez
Putain.
bomb dans les œufs. Ça spawn.
Putain.
Même dans les
Clear the
œufs.
whelps, please. Clear the whelps.
All should do the whelps now. There are a lot of whelps coming from the left side. Nobody.
Nova à gauche.
Non, pas de Nova, justement.
Je peux
Non.
pas faire mieux que ça
C'est surpris.
en termes d'aggro. Hein. Je sais pas.
C'est surpris l'agro.
Hein?
Le NS.
Let's go, Buster.
Ok.
Allez, placez-vous mieux là, dans la salle là, maximum. Éparpillez-vous. On attend les dragons.
bien, balancez Mazotte, les gars, c'est bien. Encore 15% de donne.
Attention, surveillez là, elle va pas tarder à souffler sur les dragonnets.
Ouais, ce serait bien, 10% là. À faire à peu près en plus. On va pas tarder là. Dragonnet encore.
Le
Ah,
souffle.
attention au souffle, putain. Où ça a piqué.
Oh putain, merde.
Reviens-moi à coup, putain merde. Non, lui, t'as la conflag comme un connard.
Pensez à toujours vous espacer, les gars. Même si vous êtes plus nombreux. Hein. C'est qu'un seul qui prend les conflags.
Elle a encore 4% là. Ah.
Ouais, toujours les dragonnets à finir aussi. Hein.
Ouais, stop that. Kill whelps.
Allez, à 40%, elle doit redescendre. Je sais pas si vous tiendrez, il faudra arrêter le DPS. Non. Attention, le
Non,
souffle.
souffle,
Entraînez-vous, elle souffle, elle souffle.
Je suis dead. Putain, à 40% quoi. Ah, pas assez de DPS là encore, putain, ça tient à pas grand chose quoi.
Ouais, on a beaucoup de gens qui meurent sur le premier bref.
C'est le souffle, ouais. C'est une 5-6 mal placé, hein, malheureusement. Donc il faut vraiment qu'on travaille ça phase 2. On se split bien dans la salle, on s'éparpille au maximum pour éviter de se faire piéger là-dessus, quoi. Allez, elle ratterrisse elle en plus. Ouais, donc regardez bien comment ça se passe pour ceux qui savent pas. Il faudra bien la replacer middle. On attend
Arrivé en phase 3.
On attend que le tank ait l'aggro, il le place au milieu. Et dès
T'as
que le
toujours
tank
deux pop,
déco...
putain.
Ouais.
T'as toujours un peu de dragonnet en P3, il y en a pas normalement.
Oui,
Non, mais il y a des bumps,
Il y a un mec qui court dedans.
fini. Ouais, c'est pour mourir.
Du coup, P3, vous voulez la placer où, Onyxia?
Bah, au même endroit,
Comme
c'est juste que
d'habitude.
quand elle atterrit, on stop DPS, on attend que le tank leur place bien, qu'ils prennent pas le fear aussi, évidemment, donc l'actarage berserk. Et dès qu'il l'a stabilisé, go DPS. Hein. C'est comme ça, hein. C'est juste qu'il nous faut plus de survie en P2, quoi. Allez, on revient. C'est un peu mieux, faut positiver. C'est 2-3 petits détails de placement à régler sur. C'est la P2 dedans là. Donc si on arrive bien à la gérer, il n'y aura pas de problème. Les dragonnets sont beaucoup mieux gérés, il n'y a pas de souci là-dessus. C'est vraiment le souffle. C'est le souffle qui nous coule. Et la P1, ouais, c'est pas normal qu'il y ait des reprises aggro, quoi. Donc faites vraiment attention à votre DPS. Hein. Vas-y, écris-le en anglais, s'il te plaît, faut rien. Tu maîtrises.
Chercher les œufs à la part. Les œufs de Pâques. Déconne.
Ah, si en P1, je peux pas faire mieux. Hein. Une fois que quelqu'un a repris, c'est impossible de récupérer après.
Ouais, non, mais il y a personne qui doit reprendre un P1, c'est absolument impossible. Donc là, c'est la faute des personnes qui reprennent. Ils doivent gérer leurs menaces.
Bon, on se la tombe après là, que Berlu et moi on puisse aller fumer une clope là.
Sinon, il y a des petites astuces pour éviter le souffle.
Levez les
Avec
yeux.
la marque du Hunt, on voit
Ouais,
en plus, je ne sais pas qui pingait là, on voyait parfaitement les deep breaths.
Parce que là, honnêtement, le deuxième souffle, je m'étais bien placé, je l'avais vu venir et tout, et je m'étais décalé et j'étais pas dedans, pourtant, ça m'a quand même cramé.
Je crois qu'elle s'est déplacée en même temps qu'elle faisait le souffle, c'était un peu bizarre parce qu'elle allait descendre.
Et si vous avez des petites astuces, n'hésitez pas à partager.
Tu regardes à peu près où elle est, il faut pas que tu sois en face d'elle. Enfin, en face d'elle, si tu veux, elle va
Et
tourner.
du coup, faut toujours bouger de la diagonale qu'elle pourrait prendre, quoi.
Sinon,
Voilà,
t'as toujours les potions de protection contre le feu qui te permet
Ouais.
d'en encaisser un quoi.
Ouais, si tu vois que t'es dans la merde, tu utilises la potion.
Si t'en as, bien sûr.
En fait, le truc c'est simple. Tu l'utilises et de commencer à le pull, tu l'auras. Normalement, tu prends pas de dégâts de feu en P1, donc tu l'auras forcément en P2. Donc, si jamais tu te prends un souffle, bah, du coup, tu claques une popo, sinon, bah, tu l'auras toujours sur toi. Au final,
Ouais.
au
Non,
final si on a du
c'est tout, hein,
DPS,
c'est
tu te
juste
prends,
que
tu
des
te prends
fois,
deux souffles et tu peux te protéger avec contre deux popos. Donc, franchement, moi je peux pas te donner l'astuce là-dessus parce que pour moi c'est strictement aléatoire, c'est random. Même si tu fais attention où tu te mets, où tu poses ton cul et que tu regardes un Onyxia, je veux te dire, une fois sur trois, une fois sur deux, une fois sur trois, tu te prends le souffle. Hein. Autant jouer safe et tu claques une popo, t'es tranquille après.
Ça marche.
Pour le moment, j'ai rien demandé niveau Bérez, niveau Inerve. J'imagine que vous en avez claqué aussi sur
Ouais,
de
déjà,
l'action.
Ouais.
On va commencer à les garder les BRS parce que ça peut être vraiment très utile pour la P3.
Ça roule.
Si jamais je vois que ça s'est bien lancé. Vous les avez tous d'ailleurs?
Je pense, ouais. Il y
4
a des rangs
minutes.
qui ont été envoyés sur le trade d'avant, je crois.
Ok.
Mets le War dans le groupe 7, s'il te plaît.
9 de du groupe 1.
Parti?
Yes.
Ok, let's go. Parti les amis. On y va.
Vas-y, fais-nous en anglais maintenant.
On se concentre sur le try.
Merci. Where is Brian?
In the kitchen.
Where is Jenny? Sister of Brian?
In the bathroom.
Putain, c'est quoi
Pardon,
le mec?
bathroom.
Oh là là, arrêtez.
Sophie is in the bathroom. J'ai oublié de cracher.
Mino speak English. Lille. Qu'est-ce que tu veux faire avec les flèches, faut rien. Ah oui, non, pour la pédale. T'es sérieux, Foria?
Yes.
Ah putain. Non, mais je suis sûr qu'elles sont faites pour ça, les dome shots en plus. Tac.
Je continue à chercher du monde. Hein.
Ouais.
Tu peux le mettre dans le groupe 8, d'ailleurs, le chaman du groupe 4, s'il te plaît.
Marche. Ok. Ah, je fais un petit appel, puis c'est parti. C'est quoi ce buff là?
C'est moche qu'ils ont un buff gros.
Ah, ils sont. Tu peux les utiliser sur des personnes? Je savais que c'était juste sur self quoi.
Non, mais ils ont 5 minutes de CD donc. Tu peux voir quoi si tu l'utilises sur des gens.
Ok.
Donc n'oublie pas de mettre la marque, les chasseurs en temps de stack, mais la marque sur une.
Ah, ok. TZ, ok. Lui, toujours un TZ. Tease. Smi, il était AFK. Tananas, était AFK. Suite, il était AFK. Serenity Cru, vous êtes AFK.
Ah, mais il vient d'arriver cru donc.
Ok. Sweet et Tananas, vous êtes par là?
Oui,
Ouais.
Tana, oui.
D'accord.
Sweet aussi, là, pour tout le monde.
Serenity, ils vont juste le kick.
Kick le.
Barré. Smi.
Il est là.
Ok. Bon. Alors, ok. On va y aller. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. C'est lancé.
Et attention quand vous avancez à pas vous faire bum dès le départ là.
Je vais essayer d'y aller tranquillement. Putain, m'a fait un putain de salope.
Il y a un war qui est tombé à droite.
Oh.
Bah, faut qu'il laisse l'F4.
If anybody gets kicked into the warp stage,
Je vais lui écrire. C'était le tank là, c'était prêt. Je sais pas s'il tankait les dragons.
Il est en train de les tanker. Pray, can you die alone and not come with us? y a 2 dragonnets à droite.
Il y a,
Two whelps on the right.
il y a 2 dragonnets qui viennent à gauche, attention.
Kill the whelps.
Ouais, le dragonnet à gauche.
Turn stake, care.
Dragonnet.
The whelps, you need to do the whelps now.
Dragonnet, waltz.
Okay, let's go. Go burster. Watch out,
Attention à
Nero.
l'agro. Ouais.
Mais les gars là.
Touch it.
On vanish les mecs.
Écartez-vous le devant, vous allez prendre des cleaves.
Dragonnet, dragonnet. Il y en a qui est tombé dedans.
Allez, espacez-vous, dotez un maximum.
Mince, dragon à droite.
Hunter's mark on Onyxia, thanks.
Elle a bugué ou quoi là? Non, c'est bon. Putain.
Elle
Ça
veut
va
pas
se passer.
s'envoler.
Everybody dot.
Elle est trop rangée.
Everybody. And
Allez,
spread out.
espacez-vous, là, on est trop proches les uns des autres, là. Hein.
Putain, j'ai été conflag.
In the middle.
Watch out, deep breath.
Oh putain.
Perdu la moitié du rêve.
C'est carnage.
Deal with the whelps.
On a perdu 5 mobs.
And spread out.
Watch out, deep breath.
On peut mourir, arrêter le massacre, hein, c'est bon. Allez, go die, là. C'est vrai qu'il y a le souffle, mais dès le départ aussi, on chope des dragonnets qu'on doit pas choper. Hein, on insiste bump en
On l'a
P1
dit,
sur...
ceux qui partent à droite, faut qu'ils attendent un peu. Et puis,
Ah,
je sais plus qui c'est qui l'a dit, mais il l'a dit.
C'est pas ça qui nous tue. Hein.
Non, mais il faut dire les directions de où aller, et puis c'est tout. Les gens y regardent. J'entendais quelqu'un qui le disait en plus, mais on n'entendait pas fort. On voit bien.
Mais comment vous savez quand elle souffle? Parce que j'ai l'impression que c'est la même animation que quand elle fait le vomi.
C'est écrit.
C'est écrit.
Il y a un message.
Non, mais sans que ce soit écrit.
Tu sais pas.
Non, mais tu te mets juste jamais en face d'elle.
Ouais,
c'est tout.
voilà,
Enfin,
c'est ça,
y
faut
a
se
pas
déplacer.
de...
En gros, faut faire des sortes
Dès
de
qu'elle se
rotations
déplace, faut
avec
se
elle.
déplacer.
En fait, elle va toujours souffler genre en traversant diamétralement la salle, en faisant une genre de diagonale. Du coup,
Pas
comme elle se
forcément.
déplace, si t'es
Oui.
jamais dans la diagonale,
Pas
c'est facile
forcément.
de te
C'est pas forcément aux opposés.
Un peu soufflé ouest-est, nord,
Ah ouais,
sud
c'est
aussi.
pas forcément le diamètre?
Exactement
C'est
ça,
pas
elle fait.
forcément, non, ça
Tu
se
peux...
balade un peu en mode random.
Ouais.
Le truc, c'est que son souffle va le faire en face. Et si tu es en plein milieu, bah, tu vas tout te manger dans la gueule.
Ouais,
Si
mais il
tu
parlait
si
du
es aux
souffle.
extrémités de son souffle, tu vas prendre un petit peu moins et tu vas peut-être
Survivre.
limite te prendre peut-être un tic, quoi, grand max. Mais en gros, limite, t'as 6 secondes. En gros,
En fait,
grosso
quand elle fait
modo,
un
t'as 6
vomito,
secondes.
faut faire comme si qu'elle faisait un souffle.
Ouais, mais si sur votre minimap, vous la voyez par exemple nord-est, ça veut dire qu'elle a soufflé de nord-est, sud-ouest. Inversement, tu vois. Du coup, faut que vous soyez ou nord-ouest ou sud-est.
Mais regardez bien votre map avec l'un qui met la marque, vous la voyez sur la map. Surtout. Parce que là, le premier souffle, il a annihilé la moitié du raid.
Là encore, on a eu de la chance sur le Zago parce qu'elle a un peu soufflé dans l'air. On n'a pas eu de barre. C'est vrai que ça peut être vite catastrophique.
En fait, c'est simple. Dès que si vous voulez vraiment jouer à ça et pas jouer avec les potions, enfin, ce serait plus déjà jouer avec les potions. Mais si vraiment vous n'avez pas de potions ou vous voulez jouer à ça, dès que vous voyez qu'elle souffle, clic gauche, vous bougez votre écran, vous la regardez. Si elle souffle dans votre direction, bah, vous essayez d'aller sur votre droite ou sur votre gauche. Si elle souffle dans votre direction, vous êtes safe. Continuez quoi.
T'as pas le temps de réagir souvent si t'es pas pré-placé pour le souffle.
Ouais.
Quand tu vois l'alerte Big Wig, si t'es mal placé, moi avec le sprint chat, je me la prends des fois.
Ouais, mais tu prends qu'un tic quoi, à la limite. Mais bon, vaut mieux jouer avec des potions dans ce cas-là quoi.
Ouais.
Ouais, comme je fais pas grand-chose, enfin, tant qu'un peu les diagonales, mais j'essaierai de dire du coup dans quelle direction elle fait. Elle va faire ses souffles et tout quoi. Mais bon après en même temps par rapport à vous, ça va être peut-être un petit peu
Ouais, non, mais
difficile de
laisse
vous
tomber
y retrouver quoi.
le temps
Ouais,
que
j'y
tu
vais.
le dises, c'est trop tard. Quoi.
Il y a Faille qui a pas d'accès encore apparemment.
Qui? Quoi?
Hein?
Faille, le prêtre.
Ok, s'il est pas capable de dire qu'il a pas d'accès alors qu'on va au Nixia.
Et donc avec la popo, ça tank tout le souffle? Je peux rester en plein milieu?
L'accès Discord.
Ça va t'aider, j'ai
Ah.
pas dit que ça tanguait tout le souffle. Ça va t'aider à pas crever quoi si tu veux. Maintenant si tu restes en plein milieu du souffle, tu te prends 5000 par seconde, ouais tu vas mourir.
Ah, ok, ça fait des dégâts sur la durée.
Quand tu es en plein milieu de son souffle, ça fait 4 à 5000 toutes les secondes.
Ouais.
Attention au micro, s'il vous plaît.
J'ai laissé un poulet sur le mob.
careful, Faye, we can hear you typing.
Okay, I'll mute.
Alright.
Ok. Go buff. Tu sais ce que tu m'as passé tout à l'heure, oui, le Rumbrun là. Marqué le sort ne vous est pas disponible. Chalou. J'ai les mêmes que j'avais chopé à Strip, mais.
C'est genre pas.
C'est du Rumbrun, peut-être que les Taurennes ils aiment pas ça, hein, je sais pas.
Non, mais les
C'est
Ramsey machin, ils sont pas valides. Moi, ça me fait la même chose. C'est un peu comme pour les huiles, pour les armes.
D'accord.
Genre, elles sont pas dans le patch, du coup, voilà, on peut pas les utiliser. Tu peux quand même les loot, c'est ça qui est con.
Le groupe 2 sur la P2, vous êtes bien sûr. Ronnie, hein, les autres, vous pouvez aider à DPS les dragonnets. Hein. Les autres CAC là. De façon à ce qu'en P2, les dragonnets dépop le plus rapidement.
Daily Nipple, comme d'hab, cru il est arrivé quoi.
Mais il est AFK en marécage.
Ok.
Enfin, je crois, hein, je le vois pas bouger moi. Ouais.
Ouais, mais c'est sur l'arrivée du fly, ça se trouve,
Non,
s'est mis sur le fly, il a AFK.
ça fait longtemps qu'il y est. Ouais, ben on va pas attendre.
Ok, bon, allez. 4, 3, 2, 1. C'est poule.
Traverse-la bien, tac tac.
Eh. Les gars, si t'avances trop, on peut pas te heal. Je vais te NS.
C'est bon?
Ah ouais, c'est bon.
Allez, doucement la P1.
On n'a pas été dragonné cette fois.
C'est les Dalren qui ont tombé.
Allez, on se concentre.
Focus, guys, please.
Sia.
Bah, faut dire après de calmer le
On s'en
DPS.
fout, c'est un War Tank.
Ok.
On va se focus à coup, s'il te plaît.
Il n'y a rien à faire en chamanie.
Allez, allez, attention, préparez-vous à la P2, à bien vous espacer et surtout éviter le souffle. Hein. Tant qu'on l'évitera pas, on pourra pas la tomber. Hein.
Elle a que sur nous.
Ah, allez, restez concentrés. C'est prêt qu'à l'aggro, faites gaffe.
Allez, draconnet.
Allez, go, espacez-vous et faites les draconnets là, vite fait là.
Pensez à regarder votre carte, il y a la marque.
Allez, espacez-vous bien.
C'est quoi un bugué quand même monte.
Et jetez un œil sur Oni. Hein.
Donc là, on est au milieu, donc si un souffle, c'est nord-sud. Il faut être sur les côtés. Là, un bouge, il faut être en haut à gauche ou en bas à droite.
Attention, suivez là, regardez bien où est-ce qu'elle va.
You need to spread out. You're getting the
Ok,
top.
nord.
Everybody does.
Go north or south.
Allez, placez-vous là. Éparpillez-vous pour pas prendre les conflags. Attention.
Là, faut être en haut à droite ou en bas à gauche.
Ouais. Northeast or southwest, please.
Tu veux une guerre,
En
Manu
haut à droite, en bas à gauche.
Ça souffle, ça souffle.
Attends, il y a trop de monde au milieu de la map.
Ah, ça va, il y a eu que 2-3 morts.
Allez,
Ouais,
allez.
c'est pas trop mal. Hein.
Those mark, please.
Replacez-vous bien, s'il vous plaît, là.
En fait, en haut à droite, en bas à gauche.
Enfin, Zoups, tu me baises Pat, s'il te plaît.
Dès que je le trouve.
Je suis à gauche.
J'y vais.
Ok, donc là, c'est en travers, faut être en haut, nord, south.
Oh putain, je me prends le truc direct. Quoi.
De toute façon, avec Pat meurt pas. L'huile sur Pat.
Ok.
Bandage aussi les gens. Hein.
Ouais, je me bandage.
Ok.
Ah, c'est bon, je suis remonté.
En haut à gauche, en haut à droite.
Espacez-vous, continuez à vous espacer.
Northwest or southeast. Go.
En haut à droite, en bas à gauche. Un
On
bouge.
traverse à la verticale.
Ouais, east ou west, hein, non?
Ouais, c'est
Ouais,
ça.
c'est ça, ouais.
Allez, go péter les draconnets, faites attention, on va bientôt redescendre.
Les bandages aussi les gens.
De toute façon, elle a bougé.
Espacez-vous.
« 42%, pétez les derniers dragonnets, arrêtez les dots sur le boss.
De toute façon, elle bouge.
Ok, elle est au milieu, à droite ou à gauche?
Je remets le
Ouest-est. Stay ouest-est.
C'est à toi la meuf.
Ouais, bah, j'ai les débats. Attention, 40%.
Craquez vos compos, tout le monde. Use potions, guys.
Alors, redescends.
Phase 3, be careful, let it down, get it.
Pensez au trémor. Les chamans.
Stop, tant que le tank n'a pas repris là. Hein.
Ouais, je suis trop loin là.
Why has it dot on Onyxia, please, guys?
Replacez-vous.
Stop DPS, stop DPS, stop DPS.
Finissez les dragonnets, replacez-vous, bandage.
Un dragonnet qui va à droite, attention.
Même dans les œufs.
Ouais, même dans les œufs, j'ai peut-être 4.
Pire dans les œufs.
Putain, j'ai pas le timer sur.
C'est un auto-antifié.
Pour le faire.
Tu claques ton anti-truc quand le sol bouge.
Beaucoup de dragonnets qui arrivent.
Faites gaffe à droite, il y a masse drag.
Faut faire les dragonnets là.
Wow. On est dans le cul d'Oni, il y a sa queue notre nez.
Il y a masse dragonnet là.
Tout le monde à la phare.
Ah, GG la Nova dans les îles. Ça, c'est excellent. Ça.
Ah, j'ai le cast. Faut que je réagisse.
Ah non, mais là, il y a
direct.
beaucoup trop de dragonnets là.
Ouais.
C'est quoi ça?
Bah, c'est du bump quand il est descendu. Hein.
Il y a eu masse bump en début de P3.
Ouais, c'est ça.
Masse.
Limite,
Ouais,
t'es
parce
un
que,
peu trop placé sur la droite, je crois.
Ouais, non, mais je peux. Là, en fait, si tu veux, une fois que je suis placé, je peux pas trop me replacer, sinon ça va faire bouger sa queue et ça va bump tout le monde. Donc faut faire en fonction quoi. Mais de toute façon là, au début, quand elle s'est reposée, je peux plus la reprendre quoi.
Il faut que tu sois là-bas déjà sur place, toi.
C'est surtout c'est que la transition P2 P3, Il faut déjà plus ou moins se replacer à 41%. Là, on doit être, et surtout pas être en fond pour se faire bump dans les dragonnets, quoi. C'est ça qu'il faut gérer. Et surtout pas de DPS tant que le tank l'a pas dit.
J'étais à l'endroit où elle s'est posée. Hein.
Là, en P3, on n'était pas obligé de le bouger, le boss. Il était très bien là où il était au moment où il est descendu.
Ouais, mais j'avais pas l'aggro. J'avais
Non,
pas
mais
l'aggro, ça a été il y avait du DPS dès le départ dessus en fait.
Ouais, faut que les gens arrêtent de dot un peu avant.
Ouais, on arrête de dot à 41, 42 hein, normalement. Donc stop dot et on laisse le tank replacer.
C'est con, parce que la P2 était pas mal là.
Ouais, c'était
Bah,
beaucoup mieux la survie.
à partir du moment où on annonce vraiment le placement, ouais, c'est plus simple. Bon, par contre, ça nous oblige à pinguer et tout, quoi, mais non, c'était pas mal. Il y a eu quoi, 2-3 morts, c'est tout?
Ouais.
Ouais, c'était beaucoup plus solide.
Par contre, on a fait les restes combats.
Juste un.
Moi, j'ai fait le mien. Ouais.
Ah,
sur
t'as fait
Avril.
plein?
Ouais, Avril il était mort, donc je les reste.
Je sais pas si vous avez vu, il y a un mec dans le raid qui ping la map à chaque fois dans,
Ouais.
dans les pafs. C'est vachement pratique.
Dans les quoi?
Dans les chemins du bref, il y a un mec qui ping la map constamment par rapport à la position de Nixia.
Ah, c'est moi je t'avais dit tout à l'heure que je le sais. Je
Ah,
m'en
ok,
occupe en
sympa.
fait.
Franchement, ça aide pas
Parce
mal.
que je me fais les juste le tanker les dragonnets si tu veux, ça me demande
Ouais,
pas
du coup, t'as un
trop
peu de temps.
de.
Ouais,
Donc après, il y
vas-y,
a
je
peut-être
fais
quelqu'un
aussi
d'autre qui le fait avec moi, quoi.
meurs,
Mais je crois que j'étais pas le seul à le faire en tout cas.
En tout cas, ça aide parce que je
meurs
voyais
au
les gens se
début.
pousser sur la map.
Ouais. On s'espace bien hein, et on fait attention dans
Ouais,
les œufs.
ça en reste un problème encore en P2 parce que moi
Ouais.
j'étais un peu loin des autres et du coup je suis mort comme ça quoi. Puis dès qu'on flag.
Ouais.
Bon, je cache pas que j'avais fait une connexion ou deux avant concours de circonstances.
C'était pas un soupir, pardon. Je respirais. Au cas où. C'est toi, Fouria, qui a ouvert une bouteille de poirée l'autre jour?
Nope.
Quelqu'un a parlé de poirée l'autre jour. Hein. Je sais plus qui.
L'eau de vie?
Non, non, c'est du cidre, mais au lieu que ce soit de la pomme, c'est de la poire, quoi. Donc, ça vient de la poire.
Limonade, quoi.
Ouais. Écoute, tu me fais rire, quoi, putain.
Donc à 41, entre 41 et 42%, on arrête de dot hein, pour le switch P3. Et pas de DPS tant que le tank l'a pas. Et les totems anti-fear aussi. Hein.
Sur Ophi, on faisait Vanish les rogues et Ice Block les mages, tous ceux qui avaient des cooldowns de réduction d'aggro, on faisait
Voilà.
tous à la
Ceux qui
P3.
peuvent reset leur aggro, ils doivent le faire, hein, c'est évident.
Après, je suis pas un pro de Nixia.
Allez. Donc Ghost arrive, je vais faire quelques trash.
Attends. Il n'y a pas de buff, il n'y a rien là. Ouais, bon, vas-y.
Lol.
BTF.
Putain.
Allez, vas-y, c'est pas possible quoi.
Hey, move up, guys.
Wow.
Heal the tank.
J'ai à peine touché le mob, quoi. Le machin, c'est flou, quoi.
Ah, quand j'étais tout seul à heal, j'ai repris l'aggro.
Tiens, pour le coup. Lui, je t'ai fait une potion parce qu'on sait jamais, hein, sous le souffle.
Alors, reste des morts, s'il vous plaît, là. Partez pas tous, hein.
Bon.
Il y a toujours pas de co.
Vas-y, il pas de co, là. Il y a du heal, s'il vous plaît, sur pas de co. Il y en a un qui raise, pas 5, quoi. Merci. Thanks, Fire. Ouais, je pensais que tu...
Stop DPS at the tank.
Allez,
Ouais, prenez,
reculez le raid, là. Reculez, reculez, là, vous allez faire... Faut être plus réactif que ça, hein.
Sur rack, les gars.
Attends, c'est fou, ça, les gars. Allez, on se réveille, on se réveille, on se réveille.
Sur pas de co,
Le
là.
c'est qu'il y a une pente et du coup t'es en visu.
Il faut que tu recules le tanking hein, parce que
C'est vrai
sinon
qu'il
tu laisse.
est mal placé.
De venir se prendre des OS.
Parlez alors, si vous pouvez pas heal, faut le dire, quoi.
Ah, désolé, moi je m'en suis rendu compte tard.
Faut pas deviner, en fait, qu'on me relasse, quoi. Ouais. Putain, je suis mort 2 fois, là. Je suis à 30% du coup. Merci. 5. Stamina buff, please, on rack and fence.
C'est possible d'avoir un raise, en fait?
Moi, juste Thérèse, hein, ça a pas marché.
J'ai un reçu.
Je vais retester.
Try.
Toi aussi, Zalfar?
fasse pas, je sais pas, ça classe.
Bon, c'est pas grave, je vais marcher, vous embêtez pas. Ah, c'est passé, ça y est.
Suffit d'appuyer plus fort.
Merci.
Ok, Zoups, il te manque quoi? Tous les bugs, je pense.
On refait un beau try, je pète une popo de feu.
Pareil.
Attends.
Ok, Hurlu. Et. Les Zoups, vous me dites quand vous êtes revenu. Ok. Zoups. Zoups.
Il est toujours assis. Il a pas de buff Intel d'ailleurs. Zoops groupe 6.
Buff.
Si, il est
7.
buffé,
Pardon. Ah, il a mangé de la merde.
C'est mon cher Eddy.
Ok. C'est bon, on peut y aller, Rack.
Ok,
Go.
on a tout l'air d'être bon. Alors, ok,
Allez.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. C'est parti.
Fais
Merci,
gaffe, tu vas
copine.
prendre l'aggro à coup. Hein.
Personne prend l'aggro, please, en P1.
Can we get a totem in group 2? I feel like we don't have a win fury.
T'es assez haut pour l'instant à l'aggro.
Which totem do you want?
One fury, I guess.
It's or don't forget it. It's not about the damage, but
Quelqu'un qui parle, j'entends rien. Hein.
Speak louder, please, Teased. We can't hear you.
The tranquility totem.
forget about the totem.
Ah, il
it's
veut le
just
totem
one.
anti-aggro.
Yeah, okay. No, he said forget about totems.
Sunstake, fais gaffe. Hein. Teased aussi.
Okay, be ready to nuke her, please.
Allez,
Let's go.
on s'espace bien. Go, go, go. Et on est en attention au souffle. Hein. Allez, allez. On se dispatch. Et on suit bien au nid. Et les dragonnets. Allez, dragonnets, les dragonnets.
You need to use the space and spread out.
Espacez-vous, espacez-vous, espacez-vous là.
Go southwest or northeast. Okay. You can go left or right.
The breath is going through the middle now.
Okay. You can go northeast or southwest. Nord-est ou sud-ouest, la mieux.
And stop dotting at 45% or so.
Okay, you can go left side or right side.
Go out from under her. You're stealing the melee space here.
Okay, she's moving. Same southwest
Okay,
or
stop dots.
northeast.
Arrêtez les dots.
Stop dots, guys.
Stop dotting.
Okay, you can go north or south.
Clear the webs.
You should go to your positions now where you were in the first phase.
Ouais, commencez à vous préparer, à vous placer là où vous étiez en P1. Mais doucement quand même.
Attends, ouais, 45%, on n'est pas encore. Hein.
Ouais.
Attention au deep breath. Watch out deep
Breath
breath.
in the middle.
Go north or south. Putain. Zoops, putain.
Ouais, my bad, putain.
C'est propre, c'est propre.
Un béret sur Zoops si on a, s'il vous plaît.
Avril, tu l'as ton Bérez ou pas?
Get her in phase
Je suis mort côté gauche, ouais, je l'ai eu, merci.
Same guys, you can go north or south.
Les
in order to
dragonnets
be
sur
safe.
moi.
Attention, il faudrait stopper les dots là, la
Stop
42.
that. Watch out. Next phase.
Finissez les dragonnets.
Si elle souffle, là, on est dans le fion.
Let's go make a
Okay,
land.
you can go right side or left side.
Ouais, faut vous replacer les gars là.
Stop that. Kill the webs.
Et attention, mettez-vous pas vers les yeux pour vous faire fuir dedans.
Image stop now. Or is she in phase? No. Sorry.
Okay, nice.
No dots. She's coming down.
No dots. Get your
Stand the
spots, please. Allez, reprenez vos positions. Phase 1, pas de dots. Attention au dragonnet. Laissez les bras reprendre.
Putain.
Bandage
des
aussi.
dégâts dessus, quoi. Je suis backpedal, rien à battre.
Finissez les dragonnets en prio.
Putain, totem anti-fear, je l'ai pas eu. Ok, prochain coup, je balancerai. Bring me totem anti-fear, please.
Terminez les
J'arrive,
dragonnets.
je suis à bout.
Tremor, guys.
Bandage aussi, les gens.
Use your potions.
Popo.
Ouais, y'en a un qui a été bum dedans, putain.
Kill the ads.
Il y a beaucoup de dragonnets à droite, les gars.
Ouais.
Ça va faire dead.
Right side the ads. Don't get kicked. Go to the right.
Attention, ça va à gauche, les dragonnets.
You need to kill the ads now.
Kill the whelps.
Yeah, AoE and ads.
Je vais mourir.
Crac.
Bah, dites-le. Je vais pas deviner. Hein.
Ça va faire OM.
T'es arrivé pas il à la fin là? J'ai pas compris. Quand j'ai entendu rac là.
Bah oui, si tu faisais pas heal, c'est ça que j'ai pas compris.
C'est dommage, hein, c'est ce switch P2, P3. Quand Onyxia redescend, on doit pas se faire bump dans les œufs. On doit être dans un endroit, normalement, on se replace comme à la P1. On dit à 41%, 40%, elle redescend, vous devez déjà être en haut, vous devez pas être en bas de la salle. Et si vous voulez remonter, bah faites gaffe à pas vous faire bump. On doit pas avoir les dragonnets, les whelps qui pop en début de P3, c'est pas normal ça.
Ouais, mais ça c'est la.
Je pense pas que c'est des anneaux qui ont été dedans, je pense.
Non, mais peu importe le nom, j'ai pas vu, je m'en fous, mais c'est un singe.
Ouais,
Par
ouais,
contre, là je pige pas là sur la transition P2 P3 parce que j'avais l'anti-fear. Enfin, je me suis mis en rage berserk direct avant qu'elle fear tout le monde quand elle se pose. Et tu beau la taper, faire ce que je veux, je prends pas l'aggro. Hein. Et pourtant il y avait 0 dot sur Anixia, je crois.
Je sais pas, j'ai l'impression qu'elle allait sur des healers quand elle redescendait.
Ouais, elle est venue sur moi.
Je sais pas, et ouais, bah.
Je finissais un Gruul quand elle a atterri, j'aurais pu quand même faire un peu plus gaffe.
Faudrait qu'éventuellement que je regarde mes buffs, que je cleanse toutes mes auras, quoi. Enfin, pas toutes mes auras, mais toutes les régènes, les rénov, genre de trucs, quoi.
Ouais, il n'y en a pas tellement honnêtement.
C'est des DPS
La
qui avaient
majorité
l'aggro. Hein.
c'est des soins directs. Hein.
Non, mais ça serait passé hein, si on n'avait pas eu les packs de dragonnets à la fin. C'est surtout ça qui a été
Mais non, ils sont
ingérable.
clean en 3 AE, les packs de Dragonnet, c'est pas un
Juste un
problème.
petit clip de défi à faire et de la OE, ça serait
Ouais,
fun.
franchement, ils sont tombés, il y avait tout, ils sont tombés en 4 secondes, quoi. C'était pas trop ça le problème, quoi.
Je pense que tous les Wars,
C'est
ils ont
vraiment
fait le
la
défi.
reprise d'aggro, il faut juste arrêter de DPS, juste pas faire les
Ouais.
Mongols, et puis
Et
c'est
le
bon.
placement aussi, il faut être en haut, faut pas être au milieu
Ouais,
parce
c'est
qu'avec le
surtout ça.
fear dans les œufs, mauvais placement, bump et c'est foutu quoi. Donc 41%, vous devez déjà courir, vous remettre comme en P1 quoi, tout simplement quoi. Et celui qui a l'aggro, si c'est pas le tank au début, ce qui est fort probable, il doit se mettre là où il tank Onyxia, tout le monde sait où il faut y aller quoi. Quitte à mourir, vous mourrez au moins placé, quoi. Ça facilite la tâche pour le raid. Mais c'est mieux, hein, c'est mieux, faut continuer. Hein.
T'avais ton crit défi, Patco?
Ouais.
Ok. Toi, t'as bien fait de le garder pour la prochaine.
Alors moi, coup, t'aimes bien le follow?
Pas du tout.
C'est l'autre d'avoir
Ouais,
quitté un slash follow.
j'ai pas pu poser anti-fear, j'étais à l'autre bout de la salle, j'ai pas pu venir. Je me faisais bump et tout. Prochain coup, j'irai me placer.
Ouais, je t'en ligne que 4 à coup, sinon ça va me mettre un mute.
Do you guys hear me?
Ouais, yes.
Does anybody of your casters know the safe spot for the phases? Where you can stand and heal and cast without getting hit from the lava waves and from the fear as well?
Guess
I
you
don't
should
think
explain
so.
them.
Yeah, explain.
I thought it was not working anymore, this safe spot.
Yeah, I don't really know it as well because I'm playing melee all the time, but you should be able to jump on top of the
Yeah, northwest and
yeah.
northeast spot.
And to be honest, you should maybe give a mark, a raid symbol to one of the casters on either side, on left and on the right side, and everybody should run with them. Everybody should,
Okay.
position themselves around those symbols, and then you just.
Just for avoiding ping on the map?
No, and the thing is, what you should, and then you have to spread out in phase two, which I think was better now, but you really need to give them space. The melees always spread out from below her. Everybody that is casting, they can just spread out in the middle, use the space, and then when the breath is announced, you just have to see where the dot is from the hunter's mark, and you just go to the safe spots. And even there,